hoppas jag hinner igenom. Jag har mycket att säga. Jag tänkte vi ska börja hastigt med en överblick över det som har blivit en mytbildningar kring väldigt begåvade barn och ungdomar eller begåvningar överhuvudtaget. Man har alltså funderat kring extrema begåvningar ända sedan medeltiden. Och då såg man det snarare som så att om man yppade sin begåvning, 1400-1500-talet, så riskerade man att dö i förtid. För man gjorde slut på den lilla energi man hade då. Den första myten. Alla är begåvade. Och det är en myt som sagt. Det är inte sant och jag ska återkomma till detta. Det är ganska provocerande att säga det i svensk skolsystem. Även Skolverket gillar mig inte av den anledningen. Men det är en annan historia. Den andra myten. Är man begåvad så kan man och är bra på precis allting. Om du nu är så begåvad, varför kan du inte göra det och det också? Ja, det är ju inte sant. Man är begåvad på några saker och extremt på vissa saker. Och kanske rent av dålig på vissa andra saker. En sån här universalbegåvning existerar inte. Det är omöjligt. Alla särbegåvade eller särskilt begåvade har hög IQ. Det är inte heller sant. Därför att man kan vara särbegåvad eller extremt talangfull eller högpresterande eller vad ni nu vill använda för begrepp på väldigt många olika sätt. Men det är lämpligt att i det här sammanhanget prata om IQ eftersom det har med läsning, skrivning och räkning att göra. Alltså intellektuell kapacitet som är skolans huvudämnen eller allting i skolan cirkulerar kring det mer eller mindre. Den fjärde myten. Särskild begåvning är helt och hållen medfödd. Finns det de som säger? Ja, det är fel. Hoppsan, här kom allihop. Det var inte meningen. Ja, det är inkorrekt alltså. Men det är lika inkorrekt att säga det här. Den femte myten. Att särskild begåvning enbart är inlärd. Och det har faktiskt Skolverket hävdat vid ett tillfälle. Jag ska återkomma till det också. Det är mycket pinsamt för dem. Det är osant alltså. Den sjätte myten. Särskild begåvning är ett socialt privilegium. Är man särskilt begåvad blir man också framgångsrik och uppskattad. Är man riktigt extrem så är allt annat sant än just detta. Tyvärr. Det är inkorrekt. Sen har vi två svenska myter. De här andra har jag hämtat av vad heter det nu? Winner från USA. Och de stämmer även i Europa. Men de här två är supersvenska. Den sjunde. Den särskilt begåvade klarar sig ändå. De är privilegierade. Låt oss ägna oss åt de svagpresterande istället. Det har jag hört svenska pedagogiska professorer säga som står bakom styrskrifterna för skolan. Jag blev till och med offentligt utskälld av en av dem för några år sedan. För att jag vågade hävda att man skulle bry sig om de här eleverna. Men det är inkorrekt alltså. Vi har 100 års forskning som visar att de här barnen behöver uppmärksamhet på olika sätt. Och det ska återkomma till. Och sen har vi den här som har blivit aktuell i och med att de här barnen har blivit intressanta i svenska skolväsendet. Särbegåvning, det är ju en psykiatrisk diagnos, eller hur? Man måste ju ha någon slags mätning av de här barnen så att de får det de ska. Och så ser man plötsligt en särskild begåvning som en slags sjukdom. Och det är naturligtvis fullständigt vansinnigt. Men därmed är det ju inte sagt att de här barnen inte också kan ha vissa problem. Alltså man kan ju vara superbegåvad på något ämnesområde, matematik till exempel, som är många här som sysslar med. Och man kan ha Asperger, man kan vara autistisk, man kan ha andra typer av funktionsstörningar samtidigt. Och de här barnen har det särskilt problematiskt. För de är inte erkända för sin begåvning och de kämpar med sin egen identitet på grund av det. Och sen har de samtidigt andra problem. Det blir en dubbelbelastning för dem. Twiceexceptional brukar man kalla dem på engelska. Och det finns en hel forskningstradition om dem numera. Ja, det är myterna och jag ska beta av dem lite granna undan för undan. Men det är framförallt de här två frågorna jag tänkte dela med mig av och prata lite kring. Det första som är det mest fundamentala och handlar egentligen om hela skolsystemet och den kultur som vi befinner oss i, framförallt i Sverige men även i viss mån i resten av Skandinavien. När man förvandlar värderingar till vetenskapliga fakta, För det sker väldigt mycket i skolsystemet. Och naturligtvis, vad är särbegåvning och varför känner lärare inte alltid igen dem? De hör ihop frågorna naturligtvis. Men låt oss börja med det första. Den här när man förvandlar värderingar till fakta. Man tycker en viss sak och plötsligt så blir det vetenskap. Så ska det vara. Ideologi blir reifierat, alltså försakligat. Det hör till saken att om man som forskare gör detta så åker man ut med huvudet före. Det är fullständigt förbjudet i forskning att göra en sån sak. För då beskriver man som verklighet det som inte existerar. Men i utbildningsvärlden så går det att göra detta. Första frågan eller provokationen om ni så vill. Är alla begåvade? Nej, det är de inte. Och anledningen är, ska vi kalla det för naturlag. Där har ni naturlagen. Det är normalfördelningen. Nästan alla förmågor, abiliteter som vi har som individer och väldigt många naturfenomen följer den här normalfördelningen. Och ni som tillhör min generation som är lite äldre, som kommer ihåg skolan som hade 1-5 betyg, så hette det ju att det skulle vara normalfördelat. Man tog bort det av lite olika anledningar naturligtvis, men en av anledningarna var att man trodde att alla skulle kunna lära sig allt. Så man startade kursrelaterade betyg istället och satte den här gränsen ska alla nå. Och det är en omöjlighet, men det ska jag också återkomma till. Men normalfördelningen, tanken var ju att man skulle ha ett visst procent 1 år, en viss procent 2 år och så vidare över hela riket. Men det var ofta inte så lärare resonerade. När jag gick i grundskolan till exempel så hade jag 5 i de flesta ämnena, för att inte säga alla, utom 1. Bild. Och min bildlärare kom in till mig och sa, jag har tittat i betygskatalogen och jag ser att du har 5 i allting. Jag kan nog inte ge dig 5 i bild därför, för den vill jag ge till någon annan istället som behöver den bättre. Det fick jag höra. Man hade alltså ingen förståelse för att det här handlade om en normalfördelning över en jättepopulation. Utan min lärare tolkade detta som att det här gällde min klass. Och det var ju helt fel. Men vi kommer alltså ändå inte ifrån normalfördelningen. Även om vi vill strunta i den så slår den i alla fall i era klasser i skolan och i samhället på det allra mesta. Och bara för att ge några exempel på vad det är som är normalfördelat. Ja, IQ är absolut normalfördelat. Det finns 120 års forskning om det. Jag ser inte vad som står. Jag får titta på min egen skärm. Hur långa eller korta vi är jämfört med en hel befolkning. Jag är inte särskilt lång, 1,78. Om jag skulle jämföra alla män i min ålder i hela Sverige så skulle ni hitta den här normalfördelningen. Där finns 68% befinner sig runt omkring mig. Eller förresten, 1,83 tror jag är medellängden numera. Så jag befinner mig på ena sidan normalfördelningen. Men det är normalfördelat. Om ni mäter på E18 här, om ni mäter bilar, hur de kör, det är väl 90 kilometer i timmen kanske. Om ni mäter säg 10 000 bilar så kommer 68% att köra ungefär 90. 14% kommer att köra under 90. 14% kommer att köra över 90. Och sen finns det då de extrema som kör betydligt mycket mer och de som kör väldigt mycket mindre. Det blir oundvikligen en normalfördelningskurva av det så småningom. Levande organismer, längd, höjd, vikt, area, blodtryck, sömnbehov, normalfördelat. Naglar, tänder, klor, hår. Finansmarknaden brukar utgå ifrån normalfördelningen. Det finns även andra fördelningar förvisso, men det är en av de viktigare. Nederbörd under året, om ni skulle mäta nederbörden i Karlstad under 20 års tid så skulle ni finna att regnmängden är normalfördelad. Så att slutsatsen är det här. Alltså den finns även om vi förklarar bort den. Skolverket gillar inte normalfördelningen, de har tagit bort den. Och det är därför jag hävdar att de är ovetenskapliga. Nästa fråga som har med det här att göra naturligtvis, det är då den här. Varför har det plötsligt blivit så intressant att prata om talang, om begåvning, om särbegåvning. Varför skapade den dåvarande borgerliga regeringen en lagtext som gav utrymme för det här 2010? Vi tror ju då, om vi inte är så misstänksamma som jag kanske är, att äntligen bryr de sig om de stackars små liven. Nu ska de äntligen få utvecklas som de har rätt att göra i demokratisk anda. Det var ingen som resonerade så. Utan det här är ekonomiska resonemang. Vi befinner oss nu efter 2004 med Lissabonfördraget i EU, så har man anlagt en utvecklingsplan för vad man ska nå till 2020. Den kallas också för 2020-agendan och i den ingår i högsta grad utbildning på alla nivåer som ska uppfylla ett ekonomiskt mål. Jag menar, om ni tror att PISA-proven till exempel är pedagogiska, de är ekonomiska. Ett PISA-resultat är ett mått på ett land, vilken typ av investeringsgrad som är möjlig i det landet. Och den utveckling som vi då har är naturligtvis det som nu kallas för den fjärde industriella revolutionen, nämligen allting i internet eller internet i allting. Det handlar om tekniska, matematiska, naturvetenskapliga kunskaper, STEM-ämnen. Det är de man satsar på för man tror att det är framtiden. Och det kräver intellektuell förmåga och där i finns då, säger man, vår välfärd och där i ligger vår ekonomiska tillväxt. Det är alla politiker överens om i princip. Därför ändrade man också lagtexten. Jag menar, det är min slutsats av det hela. Jag har inte frågat politikerna om det här. Och man förstår varför. Om ni ser den här studien som är ganska häftig. 2 forskare, O'Boyle och Aguinis, de studerade över 1,5 miljon individer från alla möjliga olika håll och kanter i yrkesvärlden och idrottsvärlden och i prestationsvärlden. Och man fann att en fjärdedel av de här en fjärdedel av alla prestationerna i den här gruppen stod en liten grupp på 1-5% för. Det är talangerna. Ni kan kalla dem högpresterande eller ni kan kalla dem begåvade eller vad ni vill. Men det är de som gör mest på kortast tid och allra bäst. De vill företagen anställa. Det är de man letar efter. Och därför talar man numera om talangkriget. The War of Talents. Det kom från Kinsey-institutet i USA på 90-talet. 1996 tror jag det kom. Och nu alla vill ha det. Alla företag vill ha det. Alla politiskt, ekonomiskt orienterade vill ha det här. Och Sverige kom sist. Vi var nästan de sista som insåg att det här är någonting som vi behöver ha också. Och då förstår ni varför politikerna hoppar 10 meter i fasa när resultaten på PISA-proven sjunker. Därför att det innebär att de inte kan leva upp till det här faktum att vi måste ha teknologisk expertis och vetenskaplig expertis, matematisk expertis i framtiden för att göra all den här innovationen som de vill ha. Det hela började egentligen här på 1970- och 80-talet. Det var en Nobelprisvinnare i ekonomi, Schultz. Han skapade begreppet humankapital. Alltså i ett slag så förvandlades alla vi från att ha varit anställda till att bli investeringsbara objekt på arbetsmarknaden som vars kvalitet kunde förändras genom utbildning, korrekt utbildning. Och endast den utbildning är korrekt som har potentialen att ge ekonomisk tillväxt och produktion. Så att vi blev humankapital och i den så vill man alltså då ha talangen. Och det står i rakt kontrast till vad ni förmodligen fick göra på er lärarutbildning. Ni fick i specialpedagogik alla gånger gå igenom Salamanca-deklarationen. Och den är fantastiskt skriven, men den är inte så gammal. 96 kom den. Varje barn har en grundläggande rätt till undervisning och måste få en möjlighet att uppnå och bibehålla en acceptabel skolningsnivå. Ja visst, självklarhet i ett demokratiskt samhälle. Varje barn har unika egenskaper, intressen, fallenheter och inlärningsbehov. Det är en värdering som vi alla ställer upp på. Jag har svårt att tänka mig att ingen skulle göra det. Utbildningssystemet ska utformas och utbildningsprogrammen genomföras på ett sådant sätt så att den breda mångfalden av dessa egenskaper och behov tillvaratas. Det är ju stora ord och viktiga ord. Men det här gäller inte längre. Chockerade? Vi har nu den här ekonomiska modellen sedan 2004 och det gäller inte bara skolsystemen utan det gäller i högsta grad högre utbildning också och forskning. Allt styrs med ekonomiska och maktmedel mot produktion av teknologi och innovation. Och det mesta andra behandlas lite styvmoderligt. Jag vet inte om ni följde tidningarna, det var ett halvår sedan så stod det även i svenska tidningar om danska utbildningssystemet. Man bestämde sig för att skippa 6 000 utbildningsplatser i humaniora och samhällsvetenskap vid danska universitet. Därför att man insåg, vi vill inte ha detta för det producerar ingenting för vår ekonomi. Då har man alltså gått ifrån bildningsidealet som vi har haft fram till 1990 ungefär. Det existerar inte längre. Därför att det är inte produktivt. Alltså, talanger, ekonomisk världsmodell, skolan är numera ekonomisk, PISA är ett mått på investeringspotential. Och i det här så gäller faktiskt det att antalet begåvningar är få. Det är inte så att alla är begåvade. Och alla är inte heller begåvade på sitt sätt. Som jag har fått höra oerhört många gånger under de år jag har sysslat med det här. De lärare jag har pratat med, de kan gå med på att säga okej, det är en väldigt begåvad elev. Fantastisk elev. Men de här andra, ja de är ju begåvade på sitt sätt säger man. Det är en rationalisering. Och det är faktiskt felaktigt. Och jag ska förklara varför om en liten stund. Det intressanta är att man kan göra en historisk jämförelse. Det här är från 1920-talet, snart 100 år sedan. Det här Brandell var skolinspektör i Skara och han skrev en bok om begåvning. Och han skrev följande, och det är ord som vi inte kanske skulle använda nu, men i vissa avseenden hade han faktiskt rätt. Han skriver så här: redan den dagliga erfarenheten lär oss att det hos olika människor gives olika arter och grader av begåvning. Man talar därför om begåvade och obegåvade människor. I denna framställning fattas dock ordet begåvning i närmast i betydelsen andlig utrustning. Enligt dessa betraktelsesätt äger det allmänna språkbrukets obegåvade människa en lägre art av begåvning. De nämnda skiljaktigheterna beror därpå att intellektets struktur är av väsentligen annan beskaffenhet hos den högt begåvade än hos den ringa begåvade människan. Alltså vi skulle ju aldrig uttrycka oss på det här sättet idag. Men den sista meningen är sann. Den är vetenskapligt bevisad. Och jag ska återkomma till det också. Jag ska ta det här först. Det här är en rapport som Skolverket skrev 2012. Som jag vet att de skäms för, med all rätt. De skrev det här. Medfödd begåvning är mindre viktig än toppresultat, skrev de. Jag hade ingen aning om att de hade publicerat den här rapporten, utan jag fick höra av kollegor på Göteborgs universitet som var förfasade över att den hade skrivits, för de hade läst igenom den av intresse. Och de fann naturligtvis litteraturlistan. Den bygger på popvetenskaplig litteratur och icke generell litteratur. Så den är jättedåligt skriven och utforskad. Med andra ord, Skolverket visste inte vad de gjorde. Och det har jag talat om för dem vid varje tillfälle jag har kunnat. Så de påpekar alltså: medfödd begåvning är mindre viktig för toppresultat. Ja, om det vore fallet så vore er lärargärning fantastiskt viktig, eller hur? Den blir mycket extremt väldigt viktig i vårt typ av samhälle där talang är så viktig. För bara ni har rätt didaktik då så kan ni vifta med trollspöt och vipp kan Ove ha alla rätt på matteproven och Ingela kan göra alla språkprov rätt. Det handlar om didaktiken, tror ni, eller de. Det roar mig ohyggligt att det kom en jättestudie ett år efter deras rapport som sa precis raka motsatsen. Medfödd begåvning är mycket viktig för toppresultat. Och då hade engelska forskare studerat genetiska förutsättningar hos 11 000 motsvarande gymnasiestudenter i det engelska skolsystemet. Och man konstaterade att det är ungefär hälften, man brukar tala om variation, hälften av prestationerna i kärnämnena i den engelska skolan är beroende av genetik. 50% ungefär handlar om lärares insatser och didaktik och sättet som lärare beter sig på i klassrummet. Alltså hälften. Det betyder att ni har en väldigt viktig roll, men ni kan inte göra underverk. Man kan inte göra guld av bly, som man har försökt under ganska många århundraden. Varför är det så då? Alltså om ni har, låt säga att ni har hypotetiskt 3 olika barn. Säg de är 12 år gamla, alla är intresserade av ishockey. Vi är nära till Färjestaden här. Alla tränar lika mycket. Alla har ungefär samma förutsättningar. Föräldrarna stöder dem och hjälper dem med allting vad de kan för att de ska kunna träna. Tränarna är jättebra, men de tränar i olika klubbar, de här 3 barnen. Och efter en månads seriös träning så har första barnet inte utvecklats nämnvärt. Barn A här på grafen. B har utvecklats som man förväntar sig att barn gör som är nybörjare. Medan barn C har utvecklats fantastiskt i jämförelse med vad de är vana vid. Och ändå är alla andra variablerna ungefär de samma. Vad är skillnaden? Ja, den handlar ju inte om de olika tränarnas kompetens eller erfarenhet eller miljön, för alla de variablerna har vi nu hypotetiskt samma. Det handlar om vad man brukar kalla för reaktionsvidd. Nämligen alltså de genetiska förutsättningarna för vissa förmågor, för vissa sätt att bete sig, har olika reaktionsvidd. Somliga reagerar inte alls på miljö, och barns prat till exempel är ett exempel på sånt när man är bebis. Alla barn joddlar och pratar bebisspråk till att börja med, även om de är helt döva. Och det är alltså ett totalt kanaliserat beteende, brukar man säga. Men vi reagerar olika, och somliga har då en viss potential för att utveckla vissa typer av förmågor i vissa miljöer på ett extremt sätt. Medan de flesta är alldeles normala. Andra utvecklas väldigt lite, men det gäller vissa förmågor. Och det här kommer vi ju inte ifrån. Och för att göra några jämförelser. Idrott har inga problem med det här. I idrottsvärlden är det här en självklarhet. Och man vet att det gäller samma sak där. Ungefär hälften handlar om anlag. Hälften handlar om träning. Och till och med, det finns en genetisk komponent till och med hur man svarar på träning. Alltså inte bara de muskulära fysiologiska förutsättningarna med muskler och ämnesomsättning och så vidare. Utan även träningsresponsen. Och rent praktiskt får det här med glimten i ögat följande betydelse. Alltså om man verkligen ska producera en olympisk idrottare så ska man gifta sig med en sån. Och skaffa barn. Det är ingen garanti för att ni får en olympisk atlet, men ni ökar sannolikheten betydligt. Och de som är idrottstalanger, för att de ska hitta en så räcker det inte med vad de ser för sina ögon, utan de bör också ta reda på de här som verkar riktigt bra. Vilken bakgrund har de? Hur har föräldrarna varit? Är de också idrottsmän, idrottskvinnor och så vidare? Därför att det går i arv. Eller sannolikheten att det går i arv är ganska stor. Och vinner man inte en tävling så kan man faktiskt skylla på genetiken, inte nödvändigtvis på att man har tränat dåligt. Överför det här nu då till skolans mer realistiska värld. Jag menar, det finns ju idrott i skolan också, men kanske inte på ett sånt utbrett sätt som det rent intellektuella. Vi vet att IQ är också genetiskt ärvd. Men där finns en intressant skillnad mellan yngre och äldre. Ju yngre man är, desto mer mottaglig är man för stimulans från miljön. Efter 26 däremot så sjunker mottagligheten för stimulansen från miljö. Och man blir mer och mer genetiskt beroende av vad man kan. Man blir mindre utvecklingsbar. Om vi ska göra analogin med idrotten då. Så om ni vill producera en Einstein, ja då får ni se till att gifta er med en. Då ökar ni sannolikheten för det. Och det är viktigt förstås, om ni förstår, om det här miljöpåverkan är viktig när barnen är väldigt unga, så betyder yngre skolåldern fantastiskt mycket när det gäller stimulans. Och det gör faktiskt att i någon mån, om jag tillåts säga det, att tidigare års lärare är viktigare än de som är i gymnasiet. Ja, man kan inte göra en sån indelning naturligtvis. Men alltså, barnen är mycket mer mottagliga och det betyder oerhört mycket vad man gör med dem, hur man gör det med dem när de är yngre. För sen ju äldre de blir så tappar de den här flexibiliteten. Och bara en parentes, jag menar det förhåller sig alltså så här, och det ställer ju också vuxnas lärande lite grann i skam. För en del av den ekonomiska verklighet som vi nu lever i, där den förutsätter att vi alla ska kunna utbildas precis när som helst till vad som helst ända till vi blir pensionärer. Men efter 26 så är det här en utmaning och blir mer och mer en utmaning ju äldre man blir. Så vi är inte så flexibla längre och det ingår inte i den ekonomiska modellen. Och det betyder också detta, och nu är jag kontroversiell, det tycker ju inte jag men det kanske ni tycker. Nämligen de mål som Skolverket har satt för skolan att uppnås. De är ofta omöjliga. Man kan inte sätta mål som de gör. Mål måste utgå från den enskilda individen. I den mån man känner vad en individ kan göra. Man kan alltså inte sätta generella mål och förvänta sig att alla ska klara dem. Det är liksom en omöjlig ekvation. Det här stod i tidningen för snart 2 veckor sedan. Dagens Nyheter 3 augusti. Apropå olympiaden. Stor rubrik. Längden har betydelse om du vill bli bäst. Och så har ni Sara Sjöström på sidan där. Det är väl hon, va? Jag tror det. Hon har ju vunnit en hel del. Men jämför det med en fiktiv rubrik. Tänk om skolvärlden hade sett på samma sak om intellektuella saker. Det här är en korrekt symbol för Matematikolympiaden. IQ har betydelse om du vill bli bäst. Kan ni tänka er en sån rubrik i Svenska Dagbladet? Det hade blivit ett ramaskri hos väldigt många, tror jag. Men att skriva om idrottsmän och idrottskvinnor på det sättet är inga problem. Men det är ett problem. Det är ett kulturproblem som vi har. Att säga samma sak om det intellektuella. Så detta är då problemet som vi har framförallt i Sverige. Det är att skolan i stor utsträckning och absolut Skolverket har alltså gjort värderingar till fakta. Och det kallas för reifiering och det är alltså inte tillåtet i den vetenskapliga världen. Det finns naturligtvis aspekter av detta som är sant och som är mycket goda värderingar, och det är förstås den här. Oavsett normalfördelningen så är alla barn värdefulla. Det är ju en självklarhet. Det kvittar om de befinner sig på ena sidan normalfördelningen, i mitten eller på andra sidan. Mänskligt liv i alla dess former är okränkbart. Viktigt. Det är en värdering vi aldrig kan ge upp. Och det är också sant att alla barn, oavsett var man befinner sig, kan lära sig, förbättra sig och öka sin kunskap. Men bara från utgångspunkt, från den individuella nivån. Man kan alltså inte utifrån och på förhand bestämma vilken denna nivå är, som styrdokumenten ju faktiskt gör. Och man kan inte säga heller att alla är begåvade på sitt sätt. Det är en eufemism. Det är en rationalisering. Okej, vi lämnar det. Varför är det då svårt för många lärare att känna igen de här barnen i skolan? Och egentligen så kanske det förklarar sig själv med tanke på vad jag redan har sagt. Det handlar i stor utsträckning om en kulturfråga. Det här är en intressant liten passus. Ni känner alla Alice i Spegellandet, Alice i Underlandet. Lewis Carroll skrev även en uppföljare, nämligen Spegellandet. Och inledningen på denna stämmer ganska väl med vilka de här barnen är. Jag ska försöka läsa det här på ett inlevelsefullt sätt. Det är Alice som träffar drottningen. Jag är bara 101 år gammal plus 5 månader och en dag. Det tror jag inte ett dugg på, svarar Alice. Jaså, inte det? Varför då? Svarar drottningen medlidsamt. Ja, men försök igen. Ta ett djupt andetag och blunda. Alice skrattade. Det är ingen idé att jag ens försöker, sa hon. Man kan inte tro det omöjliga. Jag tror förstås att du inte har övat särskilt mycket på att tro det omöjliga, genmälde drottningen. När jag var i din ålder så övade jag faktiskt en halvtimme om dagen. Ibland trodde jag till och med hela 6 olika omöjliga ting innan frukost. Alice har träffat en särbegåvad. En person som lever i en föreställningsvärld, som ser saker, som förstår saker, som upplever saker som de flesta andra inte gör. Och det bästa beskrivning på en särbegåvad elev eller individ jag vet i den här teckningen. Jag hittade den på internet. Jag vet inte vem som är skyldig till den. 68% av befolkningen har ni där utan bubbla. De särbegåvade, säg 2-3% kanske av befolkningen, är den där som har en målarpensel i huvudet. En oerhört rik värld, tankevärld som går utöver allt, rör sig fritt, ser sammanhang, ser orsak och verkan, förstår, ställer frågor som 68% av resten av befolkningen sällan förstår eller inte alls förstår, inte ens kan relatera till. Så ha den bilden i bakhuvudet när ni tänker på de här individerna. Skolan har aldrig haft problem med det här. Nämligen normalfördelning, IQ 100, där befinner sig 68% ungefär av befolkningen. Plus minus 15 poäng i IQ-skalan. Och vi vet mycket väl att ju lägre IQ man har, uppmätt IQ, så förändras beteendet hos de som har mindre IQ. Och när man kommer tillräckligt långt ner så klarar man alltså nästan ingenting. Man kan inte ens knyta skosnörena när man har IQ 30. Och då kan ni ju tänka er hur tankevärlden ser ut hos de här individerna. Glöm inte, det här är individer som vi älskar. Vi pratar inte om värderingar. Vi pratar om sakförhållanden. Vi vet alltså att beteendet förändras ju lägre och lägre. Den som har IQ 100 är inte likadan som den som har IQ 70, som är inte likadan som den som har IQ 50 och så vidare. Men man har struntat i det här i Sverige. Det är samma åt andra hållet i normalfördelningskurvan. Den som har IQ 110 beter sig inte och tänker inte på samma sätt som den som har IQ 130. Och det är en väldig skillnad mellan abstraktionsförmågan med den som har IQ 130 och den som har IQ 140 eller däröver. Stor skillnad. Och det speglar sig naturligtvis i det sociala livet, i hur man relaterar till varandra och till hur man kommunicerar med varandra. Anta att de här är 3 grupper då. Ni kan ana normalfördelningen här även om jag inte har målat upp den. Oj, ursäkta. Det är kommunikation som är intressant. Det är då 68% där i mitten. Det är de normalfungerande. De funkar jättebra i skolan. De är inte några lysande, men det går bra. Och de klarar ett normalliv i största allmänhet. De kan gå en utbildning, men de kanske inte kan bli superforskare. Och de kanske inte gör de allra svåraste mattekurserna och så vidare. Men det är ju inga problem. Återigen, det handlar inte om värderingar. Det handlar om sakfrågor. Men de får svårt att förstå. De som ligger på IQ 130. Och de har svårt att förstå även de som har IQ 70. Men IQ 170 och IQ 130 har absolut ingenting gemensamt överhuvudtaget. Medan den i mittengruppen har något gemensamt med båda extremgrupperna till höger och vänster. Och det här, ni kan ju tänka er då, hur ska en social samvaro fungera när alla de här finns? Det är en utmaning. Ni får inte glömma att vi är en djurart. Homo sapiens. Och vi liknar, eller snarare kanske vissa gorillor, schimpanser, bonoboapor, spindelapor och så vidare. De liknar oss ganska mycket. Det hör till saken också att vi är en social djurart och det gäller också aporna. Och det innebär att vi tycker inte om ofrivillig isolering eller ensamhet. Det innebär att vi söker oss till grupper och de här grupperna hålls samman av likhet. Vi liknar varandra och det gör att likheten, att vara som alla andra, blir en oskriven norm. Och den här normen är evolutionärt programmerad, man kan uttrycka det så kanske. Och det gör att vi omedvetet söker efter att vara som alla andra, som alla är mest, på ett eller annat sätt. Och nu blir det intressant då. Den som bryter mot den här likhetsnormen blir alltså negativt bemött. Vi har en viss tolerans och den här toleransen är kulturellt bunden. Så den är lite olika för olika sammanhang i olika delar av världen, i olika kulturer. Men det finns alltid en gräns för toleransen. Och det här samma mönster finns alltså hos primater i största allmänhet. Alltså om man då är väldigt extremt särbegåvad och då är man annorlunda. Och då råkar man ut för följande. En identifieringsproblematik. Jag är kanske 2% av befolkningen. Jaha, men vem ska jag identifiera mig med? För när jag går i skolan där det finns kanske 600-700 andra elever och 68% av dem befinner sig runt IQ 100. Ja, alltså vissa saker kan vi ju dela och förstå tillsammans, men stort sett så förstår jag inte överhuvudtaget. Men de förstår framförallt inte mig och då råkar man på det här problemet. Jag är inte som alla andra. Och då blir det en identifieringsproblematik och det leder till det här. En utstötningsproblematik. Du är konstig, du är inte som oss. Men vi har ju också då de förståndshandikappade. De är också annorlunda. Alltså när det gäller utvecklingsstörning på olika sätt i Skandinavien så har vi en mycket hög tolerans för detta. Det finns ju kulturer där man inte tolererar det. Och det har ju haft bitvis fasansfulla konsekvenser. Men det här är helt integrerat i vårt skandinaviska samhälle. Därför att en sån person utgör absolut inget hot mot någons självbild. De uppfattas som välvilliga, behov av hjälp och stöd och den ger vi gärna. Och det hör också till saken att de här individerna ofta inte kan eller behöver föreställa sig hur de är olika från alla andra därför att de har total acceptans. Men jämför det med en intellektuell särbegåvning i skandinavisk kultur. Det är vanligare att en sån blir misstänkliggjord. En sån person utgör ofta ett hot mot andras självbild för att de kan mer, gör saker bättre. De uppfattas åtminstone i Sverige som starka och privilegierade och får därför inget stöd eller fick därför inget stöd. Det håller ju på att förändras något. Och de kan mycket väl föreställa sig hur de är annorlunda än alla andra. Och det får konsekvenser för hur de beter sig. Den utvecklingsstörde har inte nödvändigtvis den här förmågan eller behöver inte. Den normalbegåvade har en mycket stark drift att vara som alla andra. Och hela skolväsendet är ju konstruerat med utgångspunkt från de här 68%. Och det är en omedveten drift de har. Jag vill vara som du vill vara som mig, jag vill vara som oss. Vi håller ihop. Som sagt, en viss tolerans finns för variation, men den är inte så stor i vissa sammanhang. Men sen har ni då de här extremt särbegåvade. De är ganska tidigt medvetna om att de är annorlunda. Och de vill liksom alla andra passa in. Och de gör desperata försök. De försöker till exempel dölja sin begåvning. De kanske till och med gör fel på prov bara för att de ska se normala ut. Svara fel på frågor i klassrummet även om de vet de rätta svaren. Eller också säger de jag vet inte. Alltså allting som de tror får dem att vara normala. Och de förnekar ibland också sin begåvning, och det har jag varit med om ända upp i vuxen ålder hos somliga. Jag har kollegor som är oerhört briljanta, men när jag försöker få dem att säga att de är väldigt begåvade, nej, jag är inte begåvad. Jag har till exempel 2 akademiska kollegor, varav en docent, som säger vi har ingen IQ. Vi är inte alls intelligenta. Jag trodde inte mina öron att höra 2 vuxna människor med akademisk utbildning och en forskningskarriär bakom sig säga en sån sak. Jag tittar på dem och så säger jag, men jag är väldigt intelligent, sa jag. Och ni förstår att det är åter sakfrågor, va? Men de gör det till en värderingsfråga. Och utbildningsväsendet i Skandinavien har en tendens att se detta som värderingar, inte som sakfrågor, och det är ett stort problem. Återigen, de här väldigt begåvade individerna, de försöker göra precis som alla andra, men ni förstår själva att de lyckas ju inte så väl, va? De sticker ut ganska rejält och de mår väldigt dåligt, för de förnekas ju sin egen identitet. Och därför förstår ni också då varför de här eleverna i svenskt skolsystem inte alls är starka och privilegierade. Tvärtom, det har varit i alla fall legalt att mobba dem systematiskt, därför att de är ju starka, klarar sig själva. I själva verket är deras traumatiska liv ganska svårt. För de har ingen att identifiera sig med, eller väldigt få. Och skolan har inte hittills gjort det lättare för dem. 3 villkor för att överleva socialt i vilket sammanhang som helst i människans historia. På det stora hela så är det viktigare att vara lik alla andra än att vara olik, och det kvittar hur. För att överleva i samhället och vara en del av det så måste man bli accepterad av majoriteten. Det vill säga vara som alla andra och inte sticka ut för mycket. Framförallt inte sticka ut på ett sätt som andra inte accepterar. Det är sant i alla länder. Jantelagen är inte bara svensk. Det är en socialdemokratisk. Det är en socialpsykologisk princip. Det var så jag menade. Och oavsett vem man nu är, oavsett hur man är olik, så måste man alltså förhålla sig och relatera till den här majoriteten, till den här oskrivna normen. Annars blir man aldrig accepterad och kommer ingenstans. Och det kvittar alltså hur man är olik. Det handlar inte nödvändigtvis om IQ. Om ni klär er på ett väldigt märkligt sätt till exempel, samma sak. Om ni har en viss kultur, ni har vissa egenheter. Så fort man är olika på ett annorlunda sätt så blir det ett problem. Så den stora utmaningen är ju naturligtvis för de här väldigt begåvade individerna att faktiskt de försöker och förstår att acceptera att det är de som måste anpassa sig till resten. Det kommer aldrig gå att få andra att anpassa sig till dem, för de förstår inte dem. Tänk på den här bilden som jag visar er. Och det fann Hollingworth, en amerikansk forskare, redan på 1940-talet. Och jag har också funnit i mina egna studier. Det här är alltså en enorm utmaning för dem, därför att alla de här barnen kommer till en punkt i sitt liv när de måste ta en ställning. Acceptera att de är annorlunda och acceptera att andra inte förstår dem. Och har man då inte haft en normal personlighetsutveckling i och med att man har blivit accepterad och tolererad av alla andra, så får man problem. Och det blir utmaningen för er också som pedagoger. Nämligen att få de här barnen först att acceptera sig själva. Och det innebär ju att ni måste acceptera dem först och förstå vilka de är. Och det är som sagt inte det enklaste. Särskilt inte när skolan och samhället har en tendens att göra just det här. Vi strömlinjeformas efter de här 68% på ett omedvetet sätt. Barn kommer till skolan eller kommer till olika samhällsinstitutioner med fantastiska, udda, kanske oerhörda fantastiska idéer. Men vad möter de? Motstånd, därför att de är udda. De kommer med saker som inte de flesta förstår. Och då gör vi vårt bästa för att göra fyrkanter av deras pratbubblor. Så den viktigaste anledningen till att lärare inte ser de här eleverna i sina klasser är naturligtvis att man kommer till klassen med helt fel förväntningar på vilka de här barnen är. Och jag gjorde en sån här studie, det är nu 20 år sedan, men det håller delvis fortfarande. Jag frågade ungefär 300 lärare vad en begåvad person är och det här är svaret jag fick. En ledargestalt, en rollmodell, en humanist, en medhjälpare och en problemfri elev. Med andra ord, det är idealeleven. Och om ni då förstår hur de här barnen har det så kan ni också dra slutsatsen att i en normalklass så är nog de här barnen inte så enkla att ha att göra med. För att de reagerar naturligtvis på sin omgivning. De får aldrig bli sedda, de får aldrig bli trodda, sällan accepterade. Så att och det är ju inte en drömelev. Så låt mig få avsluta. För skolan så betyder alltså kunskap om de här intellektuellt särbegåvade allt. För att ni överhuvudtaget ska kunna hjälpa och inte stjälpa deras tillvaro. Ni måste ha acceptans. Det är första steget för att förstå deras särart. För de har en särart. Och de här barnen behöver en referensgrupp. Alltså alla andra barn har ju inga problem att hitta en. 68%. Det är bara att gå till grannen eventuellt. Så hittar man en 10-åring som är ungefär likadan. Men har man IQ 140 och heter Einstein så blir det ju ett problem. Vi kan ju, ja. Det finns många som har fallit på repet här. Kan ju tänka, de här barnen är då jätteintresserade av ganska abstrakta saker. Jag tyckte själv att det var jättekul med sniglar på sin tid. Eller flygplan. Jag kunde allt om trafikflyg. Jag kunde alla tabellerna utantill. Och jag ville gå till mina jämnåriga och jag ville prata om det här och leka om det. Men leka med tanken. Och det slutar med att en kollega, mamman till den här pojken som jag tänker på, som är en radiopersonlighet dessutom, sa till mig, du är konstig. Du får inte leka med Roland. Så svårt med referensgruppen. Jag ser att tiden går. Jag hinner färdigt. Jag är på upphällningstampen, eller vad man säger. Upploppet. Nej, säger man så? Upploppet?
Det blir jättebra.
Det låter som en revolution. Ja, hur som helst. Jag har en polsk kollega som är också ganska häftig. Edward Netska. Han skrev en bok för lärare i Polen, för polska grundskolan, som handlar om idéstrypare. Om man inte vet vilka de här barnen är och vilken dynamik de har och vad de kan och vilken särart de tillhör, så gör man skyldig till detta, nämligen det som man kallar för idéstrypare. När de kommer med sina idéer och vill göra vissa saker så kanske man svarar som lärare, men det där har ju ingen gjort förut. Vad tror du andra kommer att säga om det här? Vems idé var det här? Låt oss vara praktiska. Ni känner igen det, vi har alla använt dem här vid några tillfällen. Och det är alltså att kasta ut bebisen med badvattnet. Och barnen, om man gör så här så lär sig barnen ganska snabbt att skolan är ett helvete. Och det har jag konstaterat i viss forskning. 90% av alla skolbarn fram till 2010 var det jag. Tyckte det var fasansfullt att gå i skolan. Det var flera som funderade på självmord till och med. Så att vara särbegåvad innebär alltså att man i jämförelse med de flesta andra i skolans samhälle ser saker och ting på ett annorlunda sätt. Och då kan det bli så här. Det här är ett hus i Polen, i Sopot. Arkitekterna. Man kan bli det här, en Escher-teckning. Eller det här. Har ni gjort en ståhjuling? Åkte på en ståhjuling, en Sedgwick. Den ansågs som en flopp när den kom ut. Och nu använder alla poliser den i hela världen. Och så där kommer det inte. Eller man kan vara Leonardo da Vinci och hitta på helikoptern 500 år i förtid. Och det var ju ingen som förstod honom. Jag menar, vi har ju folk idag som hittar på saker som inte är aktuella förrän om 500 år. Vad säger vi till dem? Gör något praktiskt. Så glöm inte den här bilden. Där har ni dem. Den där målarpenseln. Låt dem vara annorlunda. Uppmuntra det. Tack ska ni ha. Jag hann.
Nästan. Det här var jättesvårt. Det gick ju inte att avbryta. Jag får bättra mig. Vi har 7 minuter till frågor, men jag saknar en mikrofon. Ligger den någonstans, tror?
Ja, det ligger den här.
Ja, titta. Det är bra. Så...
Spring på. Jag la den där. Ja. Jag tar den.
Ja. Och när jag bryter, då stoppar alla frågor. Så det blir 10 minuters uppringning av nästa föreläsare. 7 minuter har ni på er. Fråga.
Ja, jag är lite nyfiken på det här med just egentligen ha rätt och få rätt och sånt. Jag tänker med diskussionen med Skolverket om det kanske är konstruktivt att just med det här med att alla är inte begåvade. Just det är en lite semantisk fråga, men man kanske ska om du provar det som att jämföra typ med längd liksom. Alla har en begåvning, men alla är inte begåvade. Alla har en längd, men alla är inte långa.
Alltså, ja, det blir en semantisk fråga som är ganska meningslös. Jag menar begåvning, då måste vi prata om hjärndöd. Alla har en hjärna som fungerar, om annars har man inte det så är man hjärndöd. Jag menar, utifrån ett sådant perspektiv så har ju alla en begåvning. Men begåvning i det här sammanhanget, låt oss utgå från IQ därför att det är det enklaste. Det är det mest klara. Och då finns det graderad begåvning. Jag menar, om man säger i skolan att alla är begåvade, jag menar, det är fullständigt meningslöst. Det var därför jag på 90-talet alltså jag hittade på ett nytt ord. Jag sa särbegåvad istället. Därför att tala om begåvning i svensk skola, i svensk kultur har blivit helt meningslöst. Det var ju inte det när Brandell här sprang omkring i Skara 1920. Då betydde det något väldigt specifikt. Sen försvann det och värderingar tog över istället. Jag menar, värderingarna hoppas jag inte vi har förändrat. Men vi måste också kalla en särbegåvning för en särbegåvning och inte något annat. Jag menar, vi måste kunna säga till elever, lika väl som att de är begåvade eller särbegåvade, säga att du är inte särbegåvad. Och det vet jag är svårt i svensk kultur, men det är absolut inte svårt i andra kulturer. Så det är unikt skandinaviskt skulle jag vilja säga. Och det handlar återigen inte om värderingar.
Jag tycker det är lite intressant det här med skolan och det här vi pratar om förmåga och stimulans att kunna lära sig mer. Om man tittar på en särbegåvad som får springa iväg så att säga och jobba vidare. Så någonstans blir det ju lite problematiskt med ålder och kunskap och förmåga. När man liksom jobbar iväg för många klasser eller kommer för långt bort i förhållande till gruppen och sånt där. Och det pratar vi ju inte jättemycket om, eller problematiken pratar man inte jättemycket om.
Ja, då hamnar diskussionen om ska vi ha särskild skola för de här barnen. Och det finns ju de som tycker att man ska ha det. Mot det står det faktum att de här barnen kommer ju oundvikligen att växa upp i ett samhälle där de måste på ett eller annat sätt, de måste förhålla sig till det. Och därför är då inte den integrerade skolan att föredra, och det är väl de flesta överens om, men som sagt inte alla. Det finns inga direkta svar på vad man ska göra och hur man ska förhålla sig. Jag vet folk som flyttar från Sverige, flyttar framförallt till England eller flyttar till USA för att sätta sina barn i specialskolor istället. Och jag vet inte riktigt om man behöver göra det. Det viktigaste är att barnen i skolan träffar upplysta lärare som förstår vad det här handlar om. Sen kan man ju kanske leda de här barnen. Ja, det finns ett exempel faktiskt från Jönköping där man hade ett matematikunderbarn. Så man löste problemet genom att leta upp en matematiker. Det här barnet fick en mentor. Och då kan ju de två springa tillsammans alldeles oavsett skolan. Skolan håller man kvar i. Men vad det gällde matematik så fick han ju alltså ohämmad undervisning, ohämmad stimulans. Lite så här fungerar vissa delstater i Australien också. I västra Australien har man något som heter peak centers. Stimulanscentra för ungefär 5% av skolbarnen i australiska skolor. Och de får åka dit och välja ett antal kurser som de tycker är jättespännande. Det kan vara precis vad som helst. Det kan vara astronomi, aboriginernas historia, statistik, vulkanologi. Och då får de syssla med detta där. Och där finns liksom inga gränser för vart de ska nå och hur långt de ska nå och så vidare. Men sen återvänder de alltid till sin normalklass. För man har sagt att detta är viktigt av sociala anledningar. Och det kanske är någon sån modell tror jag kanske är den bästa modellen. Rättvisast.
En sista fråga. Gå dit och ställa i
Tack. Jo, jag tänkte på det här med IQ som mått på särskild begåvning. Finns det någon risk med att man begränsar sig till det? Och vad är anledningen? Att det är det som är enklast att mäta som du säger? Eller kan det finnas andra saker man kan kolla på också?
Ja, man kan alltid diskutera problematiken i psykometriska mätningar. Man kan mäta, de hävdar att man kan mäta precis allting. Det mest välutforskade måttet är IQ. Och jag menar, problemet med IQ är kanske att om man börjar använda det som icke-forskare så blir man insnöad på det. Och det styr hela ens världsuppfattning och då får man problem. I huvudsak skulle jag vilja säga att IQ är ett forskningsproblem. Det är ett sätt med vilket vi kan förstå vissa populationer på. Det är en utgångspunkt för forskning och förståelse som kan leda till praktik. Men jag tycker inte att IQ-begreppet som sådant ska dyka upp i skolvärlden. Jag ser ingen fördel med det.
Ja, en fråga väcker ju säkert bara mer frågor och så. Men nu är det dags för någonting som är oerhört svenskt ord har jag förstått. En bensträck. Jag tror inte det finns på engelska. Så 11:10 kör vi igen. Då är det Margaret Sutherland. Så, allihop, nu är klockan 11:10. Och jag förstår att det blir väldigt mycket att prata om och saker och ting kopplas snabbt ihop här från Nike till Roland. And now we are moving into English. And first I would like to remind you that everything is being to be able to watch it later at Pedagog Värmland.se/live. Blev riktigt svengelska där. So you don't need to document anything actually. You can look at it as long as you most likely want to. And now I'm really proud to present Margaret Sutherland. Margaret Sutherland is the director of something called SNAP, Scottish Network
for able pupils.
For able pupils, yes. And it's an organization that is advising and supporting to the Scottish educational government, yes. And this is a great woman that is also one of my inspiration source, and I admire her very much too. So I'm very happy that she's here and that she will give a talk to you.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. It's a great pleasure and privilege to be here in Sweden. I've never been in Sweden before, so what better place to come to than Karlstad? I was told it was the Sunshine City. However, I think you've just made me feel very welcome because it reminded me a little bit more of the Scottish weather than the sunshine. But seriously, I am really delighted to be here with you this morning. At 8:30, I met with some of your teachers and we had a really good chat talking about the things that I talk about and care about with our Scottish teachers too. So a real privilege for me to be here. And I know very well Elizabeth's work, and I was so delighted when she invited me to be here. So I'd like to share some thoughts this morning and share some of the things that we're working on and thinking about in Scotland. And I've called it the big adventure because it does strike me that kind of starting out in school, because one of the things Elizabeth asked me to talk about is early years. Now, I will mention early years, but really a lot of what I will say is applicable to whatever age group of young people you're working with. But it does strike me as you start out, it's this big adventure. And this little boy that you can see here on the right-hand side is my friend's son. And that picture was taken on Wednesday morning. Because by and large in Scotland, children have gone back to school, or in his case, gone to school for the very first time. Formal school. He was born in about 2011, thereabouts. He's approximately 5. I'll not give you too much detail. He was part of our pre-birth to 3. We used to have a 0 to 3 program, but we realized that there are things that happen before you're born that actually influence what you do once you're born. And so our care, early years and care of your young children actually thinks about even before birth. Now, I know you'll have seen kind of ideas of you must eat fish oil when you're pregnant, because that makes you clever. But we do know that nutrition of the mother before a child is born does make a big difference. We do know that what happens pre-birth also can influence post-birth as well. So he'd been through that program, this little boy. Let's call him James. It's not his real name, but we'll call him James for this morning. And he went to nursery. We have free nursery places in Scotland for our children between the ages of 3 and 5. And so he's been part of our early learning and childcare. He's engaged in our early years curriculum. We have a curriculum called Curriculum for Excellence. Although, as somebody did say, if you were going to name a curriculum, you probably weren't going to call it a curriculum for mediocrity. It probably was going to be excellence. But it spans from age 3 to age 18, which is approximately the age, 16, 17, 18, you would leave our kind of formal school system. And the idea is that it's kind of this seamless experience. Now, I'm not sure it is quite as seamless as the government plan it to be, but nonetheless, the aspiration is there. So he's been through that, and now, on Wednesday morning, he started formal school. He's off on his big adventure. Time for big school. Do you call that here? You go to big school. In fact, as a teacher, it used to really kind of annoy me a little bit. You could be in the supermarket in the beginning of August, and you'd see a child who was maybe misbehaving and kind of not doing as they were told. And you'll hear parents say, just you wait till you go to school. They'll sort you out. And I'm thinking, no, that's not just, no, hang on a minute here. I'm not sure that this is just about us sorting them out. I think parents have some role to play in this too. I'm quite a fan of Bart Simpson. I noticed that Roland had Bart Simpson in the corner of his first sort of few slides there. And I really like the Bart Simpson one where Madge and Homer are off to parents' night. And they arrive at the school, and there's all these steps up to the school. And there's a big banner that says, let's share the blame. But parents, hugely important, not just because they pop children out into the world in the first place to give us, but because they are very much part and parcel of the learning experience and this big adventure that children embark on. So here we are. He's off Wednesday morning, and his dad said, he tells me he'll go back tomorrow. You think, yeah, they love it for the first day, and then they realise they've got 12 years of this to come. But let me take you back 30 years, because that's important too. When his mum and dad were probably just being born, actually, we became very, very concerned about children's rights. The UN Convention on the Rights of the Child. Salamanca statements, Roland mentioned them too. These big international ideas that have infiltrated across the world and across education systems. And we are still thinking about these things, I think, in our system. Education for all, the Dakar framework. And then, of course, in the year 2000, the world set itself Millennium Development Goals. And these were, by and large, heavily focused on developing countries. And one of the ones that I was particularly interested in was the one around universal primary education. The one that said we need to get all children into universal primary education. And of course, by 2010, the world realised we're not going to achieve this. And so, in 2015, it was actually quite a significant year. 2015 was quite important because between 2010 and 2015, we got very energised that we weren't going to meet these big goals that we had set ourselves, and we now need to have some new goals. And we started to talk about the post-2015 agenda. What was it going to be for education? So 2015 was a very, very significant year. Oh yeah, and it was significant for James. Because while all this big international stuff is going on, James is still with people like many of you in nursery, engaging in learning experiences, and he became 4 and he had a birthday party. That's important, that's a significant experience if you're James. But in the background, all of this other stuff is going on that seems to be very, very far removed from where perhaps you and James are. But in actual fact, is very, very closely related, I think. And in the 20 post-15 agenda, we now have a whole raft of new goals. In fact, we've now got rid of the 6 because we didn't meet them, and we've now got 17. And this is number 4. I don't know how many of you are familiar with this, but the world decided that Education 2030, we're working towards, this is goal number 4, that's the education one, towards inclusive, equitable, quality education and lifelong learning for all. Actually very hard to disagree with that. How we get there, of course, is another matter. And of course, one of the really interesting things around this goal is that this is no longer a goal simply for developing countries. It's a goal for us all. And many of us have been struggling and working in this area of inclusion. Sometimes I think a misunderstood area of inclusion, trying to be inclusive. Our society's trying to be inclusive. And it strikes me that there are many similarities, I think, between Sweden and between Scotland in terms of our outlook, which can sometimes rightly be criticised, that kind of egalitarian, work hard, stick in, everybody has a good chance. There's a lot of good things to be said for that, but it depends how it's done and what happens. But we're trying to make sure that our education is equitable. That's different from equal. Equality and equity, two different things. Equity is about getting what you need. Equality is about giving everybody the same. And we're not the same. So there's a difference there, I think, between equity and equality and equality. But we have to give equitable experiences and quality, because that was something we hadn't bothered too much in the first set of goals. We wanted children to get into school, but we hadn't particularly said what will they do when they get there. And indeed, will they stay? And that was one of the problems with the previous goal. So it's not enough getting them into school. We have to think about the quality of what they're doing once they're there. And we want learning to be lifelong. The very fact you're here today suggests to me that you're engaging in some kind of lifelong learning. I work with some of our undergraduate students. I don't do so much work with them now, but when they're leaving our university to go off to work in schools and the next bit of their big adventure, we talk that a lot to them about that idea of you're just kind of in the next bit of the learning. You haven't learned it all here. We need to continue to learn. And these things, I think, are quite important. So this is the big worldwide goal that ultimately we're all kind of working our way towards with all of the children that are in our care. But perhaps one of the big issues around when we look at things globally is that we start to try and measure and compare. So we have the PISA results, we have the TIMSS studies, we have various international studies where we're trying to say, well, how is Scotland doing compared to? Well, already this morning I said, well, our children start formal schooling when they're 4.5 or 5. That's different from here in Sweden. So to start and make comparisons between something that is not necessarily comparable, immediately comparable, is interesting. Now, I know you can make adjustments and so on when you're looking at results. But the other thing that's happened, I think, as we've strived towards this kind of being able to make comparisons, is driven us down this kind of very standardized route. Standardized curriculum, standardized reporting mechanisms, greater accountability for teachers. Certainly that would be true in Scotland. Just on that note, as well, particularly since the referendum that we had in the United Kingdom just in June, it's just worth maybe saying that the United Kingdom is 4 countries: Scotland, England, Northern Ireland and Wales, and Scotland has its own devolved parliament, and as part of that we have our own education legislations, systems and structures. And often if you read at all the BBC News or anything, they often say things like, well, in the UK such and such is happening in education, and it's not actually. It's often referring usually only to England. It's certainly not including Scotland. So we have our own education system, and indeed we've approached this whole area of high ability. We don't even use the term gifted and talented. High ability in Scotland quite differently from how England has approached it too. But the whole problem, I think, with this big push for standardization is that it's kind of implying that children and young people are all the same. We can standardize them. And it does seem to me that the more we've learned about learning and teaching, and we know a heck of a lot about learning and teaching, And we know that individuals are individuals and that differences are different and all that kind of stuff. And the more we've learned about that, the more we've tried to standardize what we do to these individuals sitting in front of us. And that seems to me to have caused a little bit of a tension, because it kind of implies that the children and young people you work with are this kind of homogeneous group. Now, I have to confess at this point, I've never stepped inside a Swedish school or classroom, but I'm going to make a good guess here. They're not all the same, and I mean the pupils. True? You've got a whole range in front of you. Shapes, sizes, cultures, languages, abilities, labels, and any other differences that you care to think on. And yet we try to do the same things with them all the time. And I think that's perhaps a little bit problematic. I think that perhaps causes you a little bit of stress, actually. Oh, that was a bit quick. Oh, am I going the right way? What way am I going now? Yes, here we go. So, I think the other thing is that underpinning all of this standardized idea is the assumption that there's this particular body of knowledge that we all have to learn. And we have to make sure that everybody's got that. And so we'll set these kind of predetermined goals, and then that'll be of benefit to all of us. And then we'll measure children to see how well they're doing against these predetermined goals, and then we'll organise them and teach them accordingly. Now, you have to organise young people in some way. We did a study a number of years ago talking to teachers about how you organise your pupils for learning. Mixed ability groups, setting where they put the top group, they maybe give them a test and put all the children that appear to be performing at the same level into the same class. And we interviewed the teachers, and we interviewed the head teachers, and we interviewed the young people themselves. And the young people said some really interesting things like, well, you know, we're the top group, but we're not all the same. They got that. And yet, we often try to kind of sift and sort them by giving them these kind of standardized ways of measuring them against these particular goals. So in the case of young children, we're looking for children who can perhaps write their name, know their colours, know the alphabet, cut out with scissors, colour in round the lines very carefully, and we say, well, that means they're ready for school. Now, those things help. Don't get me wrong. Don't stop helping them to do any of those things. But I think they need more than that. I think we need to be making sure that young children leave us in early years, whether that be in kindergarten or the next stage up in primary school. I think we want to have them leave us going, excuse me, where is it I go to do more of that learning stuff? That was brilliant. Knowing that they can learn. Not all at the same level, not all at the same pace, not all with the same interests, but knowing that they can get people who will help them, people who will support them, and wanting to know where they go to do more. I'm sure many of you are familiar with the work of Carol Dweck, and she's done lots of different things around mindset and so on, but one of the things she did was looking at young children, and she argues that up until the age of 7, they're not really that fussed about what makes them a sort of intelligent, if you like, or ability. But they are interested in what makes me good and what makes me bad. And if you think about a lot of the kind of assessments we use in early years, if you think perhaps even about the feedback that we give young children in early years, then do they leave us? What do they leave us thinking about themselves as a learner? I remember walking into nursery one day, and you know that way, you're somebody new and different, and they run up and they, kind of bounce they do, and they look at you, and he looked up at me and I went, oh, hello, and he said, hello, I'm the bad boy. And I said, oh. I said, do you have a name as well? I can't actually remember what his name was now, but it was really interesting because he spent the rest of that morning showing me why he was the bad boy. In fact, to the point, at one point, he was over in a corner, he had a child pinned and his fist up, and he stopped and turned to look at me and make sure I had seen him, just see how bad I am. Now, I think young children leave us with a sense of who they are. We help them to develop that sense of who they are. So are they leaving thinking, I can learn? Or are they leaving thinking, actually, all the stuff that he or she seems to think I should know, I don't know, and now I'm going on to do the next bit and I don't know this bit. So I think we need to think about what it is we're interested in and how we're going to look at young children and develop their, if you like, their learner identity. Because if you're working with older young people, that's not an oxymoron, an older young person, but you know what I mean, then they will have arrived with you with a particular identity, that I can do this, I can't do that. The kind of the child, the gifted young person who really knows about, you know, whatever it is, but perhaps has always been told, yes, I know you know, and you move on to somebody else. These children sometimes just learn not to put their hands up. They learn not to tell you what they actually know. So they start to hide, they start to underachieve. So what we do, I think, in early years to help develop that learner identity, that self-understanding, because sometimes these young children of high ability are actually struggling to understand themselves, who they are. And the other children round about them are actually struggling a bit to know who they are as well. So I think there's something to be done with both children, both groups of children there, to help them better understand each other. But of course, teachers and pupils are just as diverse, are just as diverse as the pupils that they work in ability, experience, culture, ethnicity, socioeconomic status. And each one of those things we could spend a morning or a day or longer probably talking about the impact on learning and learners. But as I say, pupils, diverse because of all these things, but so are teachers. I had a little look at a report that came out in 2013 in relation to Sweden. And the OECD said that there were 5 effective policy levers that were going to encourage quality in the sector, and here they are. And of the 5 aspects, Sweden, at that point anyway, said it considered improving quality through curriculum as a priority. Now, I've not had a chance to talk to any of you to find out what you did about that, but I thought it was interesting. I thought the 5 levers were interesting. And I certainly think if we're talking about gifted and talented pupils, these 5 levers are absolutely fine. Depending on how we interpret them, depending on what we do with them. And I certainly think curriculum is hugely important. The kind of curriculum we offer it. But not just the kind of curriculum we offer, because I think we also have to think about the mediation of that curriculum. In other words, what does the teacher do? And for me, one of the key people, and indeed for the OECD, for the UN, all these big international bodies saying how important the teacher is, the teacher's understanding, the teacher's mediation of the curriculum. So it's all very well having an absolutely fabulous curriculum, but that mediation of that curriculum between the paper, if you like, and the pupil is hugely important. But as I say, they're no more homogeneous than the pupils, and so, unfortunately for governments, they've got this lovely policy, and in Scotland, I actually do think and believe we have some very good bits of legislation. We stopped talking about special educational needs in 2004, and we started to talk about children who need additional support for learning. And that brought us away from the deficit notion of special education. What can they not do? How do we need to fix them? To start to look and philosophically change how we thought about children and young people and those who might need support for their learning. And it brought in groups like those for whom English is an additional language, for those who are bereaved, when your mum, your dad, your sister, somebody dies. Huge impact on you. And it brought in, significantly for us, mentioned in the legislation, those who are highly able, those who are working ahead cognitively of their peers at that kind of age and stage that you might expect. And that piece of legislation, I think, was hugely important. So, we've got teachers that are not uniform, and we've got pupils that are not uniform, and we've got policy, certainly in my own country that's actually quite good, but there can sometimes be this huge gap between the lovely policy and what we do and the practice. And I think one of the things I spend most of my time trying to do is to bring that gap between, there's a gap, various gaps. There's a gap between policy and practice, but I think there's also a gap between research and practice too. And I think if we can bring those three things together, and I think days like today, the work that I know Elizabeth's doing, having talked to the teachers where they're working together, then I think we might really start to see some changes that are helpful. We went and spoke and worked in some early years places, and we spoke to staff because one of the things we were very interested to see was, well, we've got this lovely legislation, what are you doing with it? How does it impact on what you do? How does it impact on how you think about these children when you come to plan and think and assess and observe learning experiences? And one of the questions we asked was, in what ways does your setting seek to identify and support particular abilities in children? And the numbers at the side, there was about 45, I think, from memory, teachers in this particular round of questions that we asked. And you can see there, top of the list was observation. Actually, when we started to work with them, one of the things we decided not to start with was identification. We decided identification is the wrong place to start for us. We decided that we would start by looking at provision. So what are you doing in order to identify? And that's quite an important change, I think, because, well, actually, I've got to tell you a secret now at this point. I watched you all this morning. I watched you all walking in here. And I could really see that all of the really, truly gifted and talented people, I could see you all came and sat over here. Didn't you? They're all saying yes. You're all here, and I'm sure you'll get something out the day, and it's really lovely to have you here. Great. And you're all sitting quietly. Thank you very much. So, these are the people that I'm really interested in, because I'm not sure they've got what it takes. They're not on my list. I'm not going to identify them. Might find a few more in here, but really this is where I'm interested in. You're where it's at. Now, you see, the problem is that if that's how I decide I'm going to identify my high ability, my gifted, whatever word we want to use to describe this group of learners, if I start with identification, then I must have used something in my head to do that kind of split, and then I'm only interested in this group. If, however, I start with provision, if I start by saying, well, what would a gifted, put in any word you like there, mathematician, linguist, musician, whatever, what would they be doing? What would I see? What are the characteristics? What am I looking for? What would make me think there's something there, or make me go, oh, wow, did you see that? What is it they're doing? And then I need to come back and look at my provision and say, well, if that's what I'm looking for, what kind of activity have I devised that allows them to show me them doing that? And sometimes, certainly in Scottish schools, that's where teachers realise, ooh, I'm not sure that the kinds of activities that I develop, the kind of things I'm asking young people to do, give them a chance to show me what it is I might consider makes them highly able in the first place. And if I decide to develop activities, and if we all engage them to some level, then actually, it's not all of you over here, but it is quite a lot of you. There's more of you here, and there's 3 in here as well. But if you've not had that opportunity, for me, early years education needs to be about opportunity for everybody. How do you know if you can do whatever if you've never had a chance to do it? It's about exploring. It's about finding out those propensities that you have, I think, towards particular subject areas. They're the Shetland Islands that are 200 miles north of Scotland. They're closer to Bergen, I think, than they are to London, actually. We were working, there's about 100 islands make up Shetland, and we were working on the main isle of Shetland. But there's a very small island there called Yell, Y-E-L-L. And when we were there were 3 pupils in that school. That was the whole school, total school. How would I know if I was good at team games, for example. If every time I go to PE, gym, physical education, or I'm out in the playground, I've only got 2 other team members. It becomes quite difficult. So there's something I think that's quite important. And I've just realised there's a button on the side as well as the top that moves this forward, which is why it's jumping. There you go. Right, so observation's important, but we need to know what we're looking for, I think. We also asked, in what ways does your setting seek to identify and support particular children? And very much in early years, it's about using interests, children's interests as a starting point, and then seeing where we can take it. For some children, for some gifted children who come in already hugely knowledgeable about often things like dinosaurs, certainly in Scotland, or trains, or have you had this one? Bus timetables. Yeah? Anybody? Seen a few smiles, nods, people laughing. Very handy if you're not sure what bus to get. I had a teacher that was coming to work with me in the university, and she had a 5-year-old in her class who knew the whole of the Glasgow bus timetable, every single bus that went to everywhere. And she said to him, I'm going to Glasgow University on Monday. What bus do I need to get? Well, you need to get the such and such, the such and such. And you know, he was right. So they come in with this huge amount of knowledge and interest, and sometimes it can be hard to get them interested in anything else, is the other thing, of course. And they will also know more about it than you do. I think when you work with children of high ability as a teacher, you just kind of have to accept that. They will know more than you do. Okay? I think sometimes young children as well are looking around in school for who, or in the class, who's kind of thinking at the same level I'm on? And they go, oh, the teacher. Well, he or she's not quite actually at my level, but she's the closest. And they'll often come, they seek you out. That notion of finding a like-minded peer for people, I think hugely important. While they need to find and work with a cognitive age peer, they also, I would argue, need to learn to work alongside and with their age peers, even when that cognitive gap is there. And I think there are things we can do to help young people do that. So there was lots of other things they were doing. They were working in small groups. They were using their observation to plan activities. They were looking at the existing things that the Education Authority expected them to do. As part of that change in legislation, we have something called staged intervention. So there's a lot a class teacher can do at class level, and we need to make sure we're doing that. But we can't do everything. We need to then say, well, what's the next level of support? Maybe it's the whole school's. We need to look at what the whole school does. But maybe the whole school can't do everything. What does the Education Authority or your area, your district, what's their responsibility? Because if you're sitting with an able pupil and particularly advanced in your school, I would be willing to bet there'll be another one somewhere in a school down the road from you too. So I think it does become that notion of layers of support. So they were engaging in that. They were using those layers of support. We asked how do you challenge them? Different programs of work and task. So in other words, they perhaps sometimes started looking at the same thing. We were talking about that in the group I was working with this morning, where you start with the same activity. But what your gifted children get out of it, or what you're asking back from them, might be quite different from the rest of the group. But the other important thing is, from having spoken to children and young people in Scotland, when we've worked in that way, when we've started with some kind of common thing, often a book, and that has allowed them to then go off in groups to find out and to come back, one of the things they've commented on is the bringing back what they found out. Because it made us all more knowledgeable. Because some gifted young people feel they know a lot of stuff, but they're never very sure where to take it, or indeed who wants it. But if we create learning opportunities where we bring it back together and build up this knowledge together, then they appreciated those opportunities very, very much. Some getting one-to-one sessions. Providing more challenging resources, although it's not always about more resources. Sometimes it's just about using the ones you have in a different way. And I wouldn't rush out of here personally to go and buy more resources. But I would go and have a good look as a whole school. What are we doing with this group of learners? Who do we think they are in our school? How would we be looking for them? And how can we provide challenge with the materials that we have? The staff in the study that we spoke to identified learning traits that come out across a lot of the literature in the gifted and talented field. But it was interesting because it was also things like curiosity, questioning, interest in learning, and those are also traits that come out in early years literature. So if any of you know the work of Iram Siraj Blatchford, Kathy Silva, these people, certainly these would be well-known early years names in the UK. Len Taguchi perhaps in Sweden. These are the kinds of things that these people are saying for everybody. But there is something different, I think, about how we then use that information and what we're seeing in the gifted young children that we might be working with. The other thing is, if we take identification as our starting point, it assumes that the gifted children in your care are already demonstrating their abilities. There's no place there if you're underachieving. If you've decided just to keep your hand down, not to let on how much you know and how much you can do. Or if life is such a struggle for you, because you don't know when you go home what's going to be waiting for you, that you've got other bigger things or different things on your mind. So you're not actually showing, and I am very interested in that group, the group who are not necessarily terribly obvious, and about how we look and find and challenge them. If you think back 2 or 3 slides ago, the most common thing was observation. But that brings me back to the observer, often the teacher, being dependent on knowing and understanding what it is that they're looking for. And when you talk to teachers, they're often not very sure. Here are just some of the things that young gifted children often do. It's adapted from a list there. You know, there's lots of things, but I've just selected a few there. And it is this idea that they're engaging in things. If you look at some of the developmental charts, they even do things like walking. Not all of them, by the way. Can I make that very clear? Not all children we might want to call gifted do all of these things. Some do some of them. They often will start to walk at a very early age, on their feet, and they're off. They don't do all that crawling stuff. What a waste of time that is. They talk, and not just in single words, but whole sentences. They sometimes don't talk at all, and then they just start and it's complete sentences. They do that every now and again, some of them. I had a phone call from a parent who told me that her little boy was 6. He was now in the 2nd year of our formal schooling, and he showed no interest, no understanding of any letters, sounds, reading, phonics, none of that. Just not interested at all. And the school were very worried, and they said, we're going to get a psychologist to see them. Now, in Scotland, you say that to a parent, and they go, oh my goodness, a psychologist, oh, there's something serious wrong with my child, oh, this is terrible. You know, it's a word that engenders great concern sometimes. And so the parent said, yes, I know that at 6 he should be reading. And so that was fine. That was all arranged for after the Christmas holidays. That little boy came home with his school bag, and you know that way they drop it from a great height. And he said, I think I'll give this reading thing a try over the holidays. And she thought, oh. And he walked in to the living room, picked up a copy of The Hobbit, you know the book, The Hobbit? You know? And he sat down and he started to read it. And she said to him, he said, oh yeah, I've been able to do that for ages. He'd just chosen not to. She said, I found myself in January in that position of going up to the school and saying, I would still like the psychologist to see my son, but for a completely different reason. So they hide it. So anyway, these are some of the things that young children might do. But we need to make sure that we're observing and looking and knowing what we're observing for, or we might miss out. But when you talk to teachers, teachers will say things like, oh, I'm not really quite sure what to do. I'm not very sure how to support and teach highly able children. Sometimes some teachers hold unhelpful preconceptions about who they are and where you find them. I was in a nursery in an area of deprivation, and I said to the teacher, so have you ever worked with a young child with outstanding ability? No, and certainly not in this area, Margaret. She equated outstanding ability. You're not going to find them in an area of poverty. I have huge problems with that. A misconception. You have to look different, perhaps, and you have to look harder, perhaps, but they're there, I believe. So that's what they say. But you know what? That's not unusual. Because in my other part of my life, I lecture, and as I say, this notion of inclusion, I do lectures on autism. I do lectures on Fragile X syndrome. I do lectures on all of these labels that we have. And do you know what teachers tell you? Oh, I'm not very sure about including children with learning difficulties and disabilities. Oh, I'm not very sure what to do with them. One particular study, again, around disability, saying exactly the same thing. And it does seem to me that the more I work with teachers thinking about high ability or gifted and talented, we end up talking about the same issues. But I do believe that by focusing on one group, we can make learning better for everybody. And I believe that if we focus and think about gifted and talented, there's many things that will actually improve learning for all of the young children, or all the children in your care. And that might be a bit of a depressing picture, but in actual fact, the teachers that I work with they're just amazing. And this study said that 85% became a teacher to make a difference to the lives of children. Only 4% said it was for the money. But even when a teacher has been sent as a conscript, I don't know if you're here as volunteers or conscripts today, but if a teacher is sent on one of my courses, I've yet to find one that doesn't change, even that much. But that much for some teachers might as well be that much. That's what makes me hopeful. So here we are, and we've forgotten about James. He was kind of in nursery, footering about and playing and doing all sorts of stuff and learning while we've been talking. He also went to see some Highland cows. That's one of our cattle, Highland cattle in Scotland. And he drank some iron brew. That's some of our terribly sweet, sickly, fizzy drink. I don't like it. But anyway, that's what you do. But I think we also have to remember that while all that's going on in his life, there's a number of children living in great poverty. In fact, in Scotland, if you're a young person, a young child, then the highest levels of poverty are found in families of young children. And that has to impact, I think, on what children then come to school, come to nursery, the experiences they've had. I have been in houses. I used to be a teacher who supported children with extreme behaviour problems. And I've been in houses that had no printed material at all, other than on the sides of a tin of soup or something. No books, no newspapers. Reading did not function. It wasn't part of the things that was part of life. They did not get bedtime stories. Little wonder that you then have to work with that child in a different way when they come to school. We had a big review of our teacher education, right from our initial teacher education right through. And one of the things that Graham Donaldson, who wrote the report, argued for was this integrated relationship between theory and practice and research, and in order to drive forward each of these areas. And that's very much where the work that I'm involved is in. Here's another staggering statistic for James. James lives in a very nice place. And recently the statistics came out saying James is likely to live 28 years longer than his contemporary who was born 8 miles down the road. I think if we're really interested in reaching that 2030 goal, we need to do something about this. We don't do something about this by simply focusing on those children who are struggling and who are having difficulty. We need to focus on raising attainment for everybody. And in Scotland, we are very interested in raising attainment. My worry is that we interpret that as being, let's go back to my 3 groups. This group over here, you're all so clever. You'll be fine. You'll do great because you're clever. And you'll pass the test we're about to give you. I'll give you some help, but really I need to help you wee souls over here because you're really struggling. I'm not sure that that's going to be helpful for any of the groups. We need to think differently about how we, or what we mean as well, by raising attainment. So here he is. Imagine you're 4, coming up 5, going to big school. First they make you button your own shirt, then they make you tie your shoes. You got to ask yourself, where's this all heading? And we talk a lot about making young children independent learners. We do a lot of good work in our nurseries, making children independent learners, and then they come to school, and we take some of that independence away from them, I think. Is that where they're heading? Is that going to be the mark of a successful young learner? Well, certainly it might be. But I think maybe also we need to think about what we mean by success. What are we doing? Where are we taking our children to? What is education about? These are big questions, and I think as teachers we sometimes don't get a chance to think about that. But I think they're important questions that are worth asking. I think they're worth asking in your school. And certainly we need to do all we can do to support learners where they're at in order to take their learning forward. And I worry greatly when we think we can predict what young people will go on to do. When we predict that because I've identified you as highly able at 4, that you will automatically do this or find the world cure for cancer or whatever it is. I think we need to think about all the things that play a part in there, a very important part of which is education and your role within that. So there we are. The big adventure. The little girl on the left features on the Karlstad tourist website, by the way. Where are they going to end up? I don't know. But one thing I do know is that your role with the child on the left and my role with the child on the right can and will make a huge difference. There's a lot of similarities, and I look forward to continuing to work with Elizabeth and to hearing much more from you. I'm around today. Please come and talk to me. I would love to hear what you're doing. It's not easy. They are challenging. They ask you hard questions. But boy, are they worth it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Margaret. And questions? 10 minutes?
Now, easy ones, please.
Yeah.
I talk you into submission. Oh, there's one over here. I'll keep you fit, Carrie.
Yep.
Excuse me.
Hi.
Hi.
Do you think even, not only the teachers, but also the families in areas of poverty think that children with abilities are hard to find in certain areas?
Do I think...
Do you think that not only the teachers in areas of poverty,
but
also the parents think that children with abilities are hard to find in certain areas?
Yes,
yes.
Short answer.
Yes, yeah.
Yes. I mean,
how do you see that? Do you think?
Yes, I mean, I've had parents phone me up from areas of deprivation and say things like, "I don't know where he's come from. I mean, his father and I can't do," and they list all these things they can't do. So I've no idea why he likes maths. Maths is a common one, and I think, I think sometimes too parents aren't sure what they're seeing They don't always know what they're saying. I think if parents have had a particularly bad experience of school, then they don't value school, they're not willing to really engage much with school, and therefore they don't particularly value what children can do in school either. So yes, I think there often is and can be a mismatch, and I think one of the things schools in areas of deprivation need to be doing is to be working closely, I would hope you were doing that anyway, but working closely with parents about raising aspirations. Because I think that's hugely important. Certainly in Scotland, in some areas, there's still, although we've tried so hard to combat it, but there's still this idea of, well, people like us don't go to university. They don't go, that place there's not for people like us. And that's just not true, or it shouldn't be true.
I mean, if the expectations in school are low and at home are low, it must...
Yeah, and that's hugely problematic for every child, not just for gifted children. Yeah, absolutely. I think also in relation to that question too, I think that's one of the reasons I'm so interested and passionate about what we do in early years, because I think that whole thing about learning identity, I think you carry that on through with you, and what you meet affects what you believe, and I think it's much harder, it's not impossible, but it's much harder when you get a 13-year-old who's decided they can't because they've had those years of telling them they can't. That can be quite hard to turn around. Anything else? Was it my Scottish accent? Have you not really understood what I said? I didn't used to think there was a problem with a Scottish accent until one night I was watching a film that was set in Glasgow. Now remember, this is in the UK, where we speak English, in Glasgow, and it had subtitles. And I suddenly thought, oh, maybe there is a problem. I think sometimes it's speed as much as anything else. Well, can I say that I would be more than happy... Oh, there's a question down here. Sorry. As I'm saying this, I would be more than happy to speak to people individually during the day.
I have a question about this. You said with, of course, teachers as well being not always not the same, all of them. And if you play with the idea that teachers' intelligence is normally distributed as well. Then do you think that a teacher who has -1, even -2 standard deviations, can they even, is it all about methods, or should you even avoid placing a highly gifted kid in their class if you, as a principal, know that, okay, this teacher is maybe not... Yeah,
I know what you're saying. Okay, leave it there. Stop digging the hole, as we would say. But I do know what you mean. Well, that's a very interesting question, actually. And I think we can't all know everything about everything. When my university was built, there is a row of houses, and all the professors lived in this row. It's not a row, it's an L shape, 2 rows meeting in an L shape, because that was all the size the university was, because that was all the university did. And we know so much more now, and there's 27,000 students and all the rest of it. So I don't think we can all know everything. I think, for me, I think there's a lot that a teacher can do when they know about pedagogy and about how you construct lessons, about methodology, about learning theory, all of that kind of thing. And I think there is something about looking at teacher education. I think teacher education is hugely important. So how do we develop teachers? What kind of teacher are we trying to develop? So I think that is a huge part of it. And for me, teachers need to always know where you go to get the next, a bit like children, where do you go for that next bit of support, acknowledging that we can't all do everything. And I think also there are now so many labels around, we can't know everything about all the different labels. I lurk on a few online forums now and again, and there was an Australian, I think she was, I can't really remember, country's slightly irrelevant actually, somebody said that they only employ gifted teachers, so teachers with IQs of 140 plus. Now, I would like to stand and do a critique of IQ, but we don't have time. But and her argument behind this was, so we'll accept that that's what she does, and that IQ is how you would find good teachers, okay? I don't think that is, by the way, but let's just accept that. And her reason behind it was because gifted teachers are the only teachers that understand what it's like to be gifted, and therefore are the only teachers that can plan lessons appropriately for gifted learners. So I kind of sat and thought about that in my role as a teacher educator, in my role as somebody who lectures on inclusion, in my role as somebody who lectures about a number of the labels. And I thought, well, if we're going to apply that, are we then going to say, well, you can only teach pupils who are dyslexic if you yourself are dyslexic, because it's only by being dyslexic that you understand what it's like to be dyslexic. Are we only going to, and you see where I'm going with that, let's take autism, let's take this label, that label, the other label. Now, I am not saying that when you have a personal experience, of course it impacts. So, for example, I'm a great fan of comprehensive education, which we have in Scotland. They don't in England, we do in Scotland. I'm a great fan of that because that did me good. We're all affected by our own experiences, so I understand that. So I'm not saying that if we're accepting 140 plus IQ, I'm not saying that doesn't give you some kind of insight, but I think I am standing here saying you are not, it's one thing that's helpful, but there are many other things as well. And I think for me, teachers need to know why they're doing what they're doing, and they need to be confident, they need to be up to date with research, they need to be reading articles, they need to be engaging and continuing professional development. And we had a very interesting chat about that with a group of teachers this morning about the amount of hours, at 10 hours a week, is that right? I think somebody said that you spend on kind of outside of school doing things. Yeah, somebody's nodding. So, you know, I think teachers need to maintain that kind of up-to-date knowledge and so on. But I think I'm probably standing here saying that I don't think there's any safe place to put a weak teacher. Whether that teacher is weak because they have a high IQ and can't actually communicate their subject terribly well, or whether that teacher is weak for some other reason, there is no place for a weak teacher, whatever the reason, and we need to support that teacher to become better or decide to work somewhere else, perhaps. But I don't think you just need gifted teachers. But that is also not to deny the place of knowledge. And I think it's about an interaction and a whole range of people that then interact and develop materials and lessons. So some of our teachers, for example, would not claim to be physicists, top physicists, but they are engaging with people who are physicists in order to understand that. And certainly our work, when we've done some Saturday things with sort of experts in engineering and so on, and what they didn't know about was pedagogy, and they also didn't know about how to manage young people. So I think it's about bringing all of these skills together. Don't know if that answers your question. A little bit, maybe. We can talk more. And one more there, and we're nearly up for time. You've got 3 minutes, you and I, minute and a half each. Go for it.
This is not so much a question as a reflection, actually. I come from an upper secondary school. So I'm just wondering, just what struck me now is I would imagine that most of your students aim towards final exams, whereas in Sweden most of the students are assessed and graded by the teachers. Which means that to a certain extent perhaps it's more difficult to be exceptionally gifted and stand out here because you want to be uniform with the rest and not show that you're more capable than the teacher, since it might be negative, you know, it might make the teacher look at you as somebody who tries to be better and perhaps they graded at a lower level. This is just a reflection that struck me now.
I would say that even, although we have, at the end of our schooling, we have national assessment, that's true. A number of young people don't want to show that they're clever. I think there's a whole thing kicks in around puberty as well, where you're just trying to kind of blend in. And you want friends and you want to be popular. And sadly, actually sometimes being good at certain things doesn't mean that you are considered to be popular. If you watch, I think the whole field of gifted education and being gifted, I think, is not. I think it suffers dreadfully from bad representation on various things, even television sitcoms, American sitcoms, with the exception of The Orange County at one point. It just wasn't cool to be clever. You know, the nerds and the geeks were never getting the good-looking girl, the good-looking boy. They were never the cheerleader. They were all the things that we, sadly perhaps, value and say makes us good. So that there's a whole shift, I think, in society as to how we view people who are able. We had a whole thing in the UK during and the run-up to the Brexit vote where, you know, people in high positions were saying, oh, we don't need experts. You know, what do we need experts? We don't need elite. Now, I think, unfortunately, giftedness is associated with elite. You know, catering for gifted and talented, in my view, is not elite. What will make it elite is if you put barriers, particularly financial ones, to get into those things that support you and help you. That might make it elite. But catering for gifted individuals, it has to be, if we're going to reach that big goal of inclusion and equity and all these things for society, we need to think differently about this whole area, I think.
Thank you, Margaret. And yeah,
thank you.
All humans has a basic need, and it's food. And outside there are sandwiches. I hope it will give you enough energy to continue for the rest of the day. And if it's special food, the cafeteria. And remember that we start 13:00 sharp. Okay.
Put it down.
It's muted.
Okay.
So all you have to do when you want to start is press the
Yeah.
that button.
And I present you first.
And you
And I want to tell you that you do a really good job.
Thank you.
It's wonderful.
Thank you.
Yeah.
The water is for you.
Thank you. I need some.
Du får den sen. Jag ser till att du får.
Ja, det är lugnt.
Känner lite ryckare bara.
Så, då hoppas jag att ni alla har fått i er tillräckligt mycket energi och att... ska bara så ser jag er bättre. Det kommer mera nu på eftermiddagen. I turn it over to English so Marianne hears what I say about her. So this is Professor Marianne Nolte from Hamburg University. She is one of the first persons that I knew about, was involved about in giftedness in mathematics. She runs a project for mathematically gifted pupils in Hamburg. It's called the Prima project, and she has been done that for
17 years.
17 years. As you might guess, now this is one of my great inspiration sources. And I admire also Marianne Nolte a lot, and she's going to talk about the Twiceexceptional children.
Thank you very much for your presentation, for presenting me this way. And thank you also for the invitation. I like it very much to be here in Sweden. I like the Swedish persons and also the Swedish nature. At first, due to several reasons, I had no time to give my slides to a person whose English is a little bit better than mine. So please don't mind if you see some mistakes in my presentation. I will talk about gifted children with special needs. Another word is twice-exceptional children. Twice-exceptional because these students on the one hand are gifted, and on the other hand they had to overcome some barriers in their development. I will skip some of my slides because you heard so much during this morning about legal aspects and about the aspect what is meant with giftedness. So I will talk you about noticing and about some case studies we did and give you some general conclusions. I want to start with the theory, the modification theory. That means that giftedness is not only due to the genetic factors, but also a result of fostering the children. And there are a lot of studies from different subjects, from different domains, which underline these observations. You know about brain plasticity, and also about the research about experts and novices. The last one, for example, talks about deliberate practice and show how the kind of practice which is really fitting to the special situation of a child fosters this child really. As Elisabeth told you, the research on giftedness in Hamburg has a long tradition. We have the William Stern Society, and there they work about fostering and research of giftedness, and especially of mathematical giftedness, since the beginning of the 80s. And about 10 years later, I came to the university. I was a teacher before this, and they asked me whether I would be interested in working with gifted children at the primary level. And so we are doing this. We foster about 50 children in grade 3 and 50 in grade 4 each year at the University of Hamburg. And because so many students were interested in continuing this, now we have about 80 children who work with us in grade 5, 6 and 7. Later on they can work with the William Stern Society, then they can be fostered until they leave school. In this project, we regularly meet children with specific performance deficits, diseases, or impaired developmental processes. We tried to find out how many children we have with these special needs, and we developed a questionnaire. The result was that more than 40% of our children are affected by partial performance disturbances or impairments like ADHD, dyslexia, autism, partial neurofunctional impairments, and so on. I don't know whether this number is correct. I looked in the literature, but the concept of Twiceexceptional is not very clear defined. So it's difficult to say whether this number is correct or not. Another problem we observed was that parents are hesitant to tell us about developmental disorders or special needs their children have, so that's another reason. But what is also important is that many parents are not informed about the impact of very small impairments. For example, if you are when you are teaching language, you know perhaps that phonological awareness is one very important aspect of learning concepts, learning words and their meaning. And if the phonological awareness of a child is not so high that the child can understand the difference between 30 and 13, we can question whether this child can learn to orientate in the number space up to 100. How many is 13? How many is 30? If you do not hear the difference, that's really difficult to understand. So the question is, what shall we do with these children and what can we do? The first step, and I think in this context it's not unimportant that I also worked some time not only as a teacher but also as a therapist for children with dyscalculia, and because of this I learned many things about developmental disorders, is that we have to observe the children and by this learn what they need. We observe a special behavior, and what I think is very important as teachers, we have to be at the level of phenomena. For example, when we observe a child who is absent, who does not give enough attention to the lessons, you can think about ADD or ADHD. But there are different reasons. For example, low blood sugar. Perhaps the child has to eat something. As teachers, I think you know that there are many children who do not get enough sleep during night, and not only during one night, but very often. Or, for example, a child who is in sorrow about her pet, and there are many, many other reasons for a certain phenomena. So we have to be very careful in interpreting what we are seeing. And the concept which is very actual at the moment is the concept of noticing. This is, I copied you something around how teachers identify, interpret and act upon classroom events with intent to enhance the quality of learning. Attending, interpreting, responding are the steps which immediately fall together in a normal lesson. You have to react very fast to that what you observe, but on the side of the research you analyze every step carefully. And I want to give you an example from a German neuropsychologist, Greichen. Move your forefinger of your right hand. We can notice whether a child can do this, does this. But how we react, how we respond to that what we observe depends on our interpretation. It does not make sense to repeat the request with a louder voice if the child does not know what is left and right. What is meant with forefinger, index finger, or if she or he is not capable of moving the finger. So it is very important that we have different interpretations, different possibilities for a certain behavior of a child. Our own knowledge about possible reasons, our spectrum of interpretations of phenomena at the behavioral level opens our mind for observing the child, looking for diagnosis and for support. So the quality of noticing depends on our own knowledge, and that's not so easy. That's really a difficult problem. And in the context of Twiceexceptional students, can we observe the high potential of a student is the first question. How do we interpret hers or his performance, and how do we react to the student? What we learned when we worked with these Twiceexceptional children is that giftedness can hide barriers, and the other way around. Also, barriers can hide the giftedness. So we did some case studies. I will start with Justin. Shortly after the beginning of the fostering progress, we observed that he was no longer motivated. It's our question. Why is Justin no longer motivated? Why is he so unhappy? Different impressions. Justin thought he wouldn't be smart enough. He withdrew, he was silent, and I want to mention that in school he participates in reading competitions. The tutors who worked with Justin asked, is Justin really interested in mathematics? And we asked whether our diagnostic process was correct. Did we interpret our data correctly? His teacher said the mother's too ambitious. She shouldn't be so ambitious. She has a child which is kind, that's okay. But the mother, she realized my son is really intelligent, but perhaps his reading capabilities are not sufficient. This is in contrast to his participation in reading competitions. I think the only teacher who realized his difficulties with reading was his Italian teacher. He learned Italian, and he said that he observed some difficulties with this child. So what we did was we gave him text from a children's encyclopedia, and we saw that he was not very good in reading these texts. We did a reading test, and these are the results. A percent range of 35 is not very high. It's on average, it's on a low average level, but compared to the results of the math meeting for math fans, where he was one of the best, and of the math test, the math meeting was attended by about 250 students. During the talent search process, some of them realized that they wouldn't like to continue, but the 34th out of 135, it's a good result. So we thought about this situation. On the one hand, we have the results of the reading competitions, which were not bad. On the other hand, the results of the reading tests, on the one hand, and again, the results of the math competition. Why is it so hard for this child to work in our groups? Our problems are posed at a very low level of redundancy. It's challenging to follow our language. On the one side, it's mathematically correct, but on the other side, it must be adapted for the children's language. And the given informations are complex. These 3 points are important for gifted students because these students are normally comfortable with these kind of posing problems, but not Justin. We start with inventing a problem verbally. Later on, we give him the problem in a written form, but if this child doesn't remember all the things, all the information he got verbally, he has to reread the problem. But reading was his difficulty. And here another aspect is very important. It's the aspect of Bildungssprache, we would say in Germany, academic discourse or academic language. This is a kind of language, you can say it's a mixture between the language you speak at home and the language you speak in a certain subject like mathematics. But it's more than a mixture. Then there are many words you invent only in the school context. So there are words for adding and subtracting you do not find in the mathematical literature, but you use it in school. This means that only in the context of school you can learn how to use this language. And the analogy to our project, only in the context of our project, a child can learn how to use the language we use in our project. And we thought that this perhaps may be the reasons why Justin was so unhappy. What have we done? We talked with Justin. I took an example from a Ferrari. If we would like to drive a Ferrari, you wouldn't save money to buy a bad benzene. I don't know the word. Benzene. You would have to buy super benzene. And his low level of reading capabilities make his brain like a Ferrari with not the best benzene. He was very content with, Justin was very content with this example because he likes cars. And with this, the noticing of the tutors changed. Justin was no longer regarded as a child who is not motivated, but as a child who perhaps needs help in one or another situation. If needed, they read the problem to him again. Not such a big problem in such a situation. I think it was also very important for Justin, and this comes to the aspect of metacognition, to learn to realize that he is really good at mathematics. We confirmed that, but that on the other hand, difficult texts are really hard for him. So he learned that it is better to ask for help. If reading is too hard for me, I can ask my neighbor, my tutor, and so on. And so the situation was very, very good. At home, his parents organized support for the development of his reading competencies, and this was also very important. His reading competencies were not at such a low level that you normally would ask for special support. He was an average reader. He participated in these reading competitions. But this is a kind of, it was his bad reading capabilities in different situations were compensated by his high abilities, by his high cognitive capabilities. Going back to the teacher, we shouldn't blame her. Justin can read on an average level. Justin's performance is average. Special fostering is not necessary. But what we considered was reading at the level used in school is not at a very high level compared with the reading tasks in our fostering project. Due to this, his teacher could not see his difficulties with challenging tests. And we have now two different aspects because he didn't get so challenging problems or challenging text, he also nobody realized that he has difficulties, but also nobody realized that he has a high potential in mathematics. I think you see the conflict. And for me, it's very important when it comes to partial performance disturbances. We should make a distinction between situational and long-term measures. Situational, what do I notice? Here, it is hard for Justin to read mathematical texts, so we read the texts to him. But long-term actions, we need interventions to overcome barriers, therapeutic interventions. And when we look about definitions about Twiceexceptional, we can see that they include gifted students with learning disability, intellectual disability, and/or autism, Asperger syndrome, attention deficit, hyperactivity disorders, and sensory impairments, for example. Justin wasn't a child with a learning disability. It was only the discrepancy which made it to a gap he had to overcome. This, I learned from Elisabeth that IQ testing is not so often found in Sweden as in Germany, but here is a point which is very important for me. Another child, Pia. I think she was 11 years old. She had problems in her school, and she had especially problems in mathematics. I asked her father to go to a psychiatrist to learn more about the situation, because she had a really bad career in school. And he came back, and I was very angry about these results, with the Harvig IQ of 107. Harvig is a famous test in Germany. It's a test which has several subtests about language, about perception, about working memory, and so on. And her results were in a way bad that you can say the percentage range of 5 is really at a very low level. If you have a percentage range of 5, it's on, it doesn't point. Oh yeah, here. It's about here. It's really on the left side of this IQ scala. And the other way, his language capabilities are about here. Her language capabilities. So what happens? The teachers misunderstood her behavior. It wasn't difficult to misunderstand her, because she wants to overcome her problems in mathematics with a high performance in language by teasing her teachers. And the teachers thought it's very easy to understand this, because her father is divorced, he is raising his child alone, and this child is not very well educated. They excluded her from her first school. She got to another school, but the situation didn't get better. And the results, and what I was angry about the results of the intelligence test, is that it is not allowed to build an average value if the differences of the subtests are so high. So the interpretation of the child's behavior were really, really not fitting to the situation of the child, though the father didn't get any help. Another case study, autism. You see here that this little boy has a very high IQ, 151, and he's not that good in a stumbling words test, and his vocabulary is he showed very high abilities, but not comparable to his mathematical capabilities. We see that I call this boy Leon. The cognitive skills and the social emotional skills differ strikingly. I want to show you an example we got from the Shell Center from Mathematics Education. It's an example which is given to gifted students with 13 years or 14 years olds, but we use it with our primary grade students and it's worked very well. They have to find out how many cubes are needed to build this tower, and when I invent this question, we always have to say, don't say any answer, because there are always students who see that the result is 66 for the first question immediately. How do they find this? They count the cubes. Okay, they count the cubes, 1 plus 2 plus 3 and so on. They multiply it with 4 and add the middle pillar. There are many different possibilities to solve this problem. I like it very much because there are so many different possibilities. But what did Leon do? What has Leon done? He counted the height, 6 minus 1. He called it H. He looked at B. This was 5. 5 is 6 minus 1. C was this pillar. And then he realized you need to add 0.5. I don't know how to do it. And if you compare this with this formula, you see that using other variables, he developed this formula by himself. During the first 10 minutes, this is a task we give the children to work on for about 90 minutes. It is a problem to talk with Leon because of his autism spectrum disorder. He is very rigid in his way of thinking. He doesn't have the possibility to understand the ideas of others, to think about what others did. And I had a very interesting experience with him because he started to learn about calculating with the calendar. I don't know whether you are familiar with this. You say the dates of your birth, and the person who is very used to this can immediately say the day of the week when you were born. I told him my date of my birth, and he said, you were born on a Wednesday. No, I'm born on a Monday. No, you are born on a Wednesday. No, I am born on a Monday. No, you are born on a Wednesday. I asked him, with which numbers did you calculate? 25. I'm not born at 25. I often make faults, but I don't think that I didn't say my correct date of my birthday. So this continued. He was like being in a circle. He couldn't leave this circle. And later on, I talked to a children and youth psychiatrist, and she told me that this is a normal situation which can happen with a child who suffers from autism spectrum disorders. He is not able of leaving this situation and saying, okay, perhaps you're right. It's not possible for him. And this has nothing to do with being bad educated, for example. It is important to know how these children think. For example, if you say, they interpret what you say verbally. If you say, can you tell me the numbers up to 100? They say yes. Another child would do this. So I told him, in this situation, I want you to behave like a mathematician. Mathematicians behave that way. You have to follow this advice. So I was rigid myself so that he was capable of adjusting to the situation. And by this, I tried to think about the way I talked to this child. I tried also to be very normative with him so that it was easier for him to follow me. The questions which arise in such situations are, I have so many different children. How can I work with these children if they are so different? And I will come to this point later on. I will give you a model about giftedness. I like it very much. It's the Expertpanelen model of giftedness from a German psychologist, Ziegler. And this comes to another aspect of this field, to the field of underachievement. I will not say so much about underachievement, but I will tell you the story of Angelika. Angelika came to our project as a second choice, you can say. Her teacher, a very good teacher, a very responsible thinking teacher, she said, I don't know whether you have enough children. When we started to work on giftedness, we had to make experiences in schools, but perhaps Angelika can fit in your group. After we worked with her, after some weeks, we gave her a test, and she was the best of all the students we worked with. Also compared with another group, the group of Professor Kepnik from Münster, she was at the top of all the students we worked with. I went to her teacher, and her teacher was very astonished, and she was also, in a way, irritated about herself. Why didn't she realize how good this child was? And I also talked to her mother. And what we saw was that her action repertoire, the action repertoire is here, Handlungsrepertoire. It doesn't work, but I hope you see it. It was very broad. She knew a lot about mathematics because she was so interested in mathematics, but her subjective action space, she reduced because of the goals she had. The goals was, I will not draw too much attention because in this classroom there are so many children my teacher has to work with. I will not draw too much attention. So she was also very quiet, a very quiet child. After we talked to her teacher, and after we talked to her and to her mother, the situation changed. Her action repertoire and her subjective action space got in parallel. Her teacher gave her challenging problems so that she could show what she really could do, and she asked her and told her how interested she was. And I think this Expertpanelen model of giftedness shows us that really the actions of a child can give us information about what a child is capable of, and also give us a lot of information about a child in a special situation. That's why I like this model of giftedness so much. Something about further, only one slide about underachievers. They found out that gifted achievers and underachievers differed significantly on their self-regularity, motivation, self-control, self-motivation, task commitment, and persistence, with the underachievers evidencing less motivation and engagement. There are many, many ideas about the reasons for underachievement, but what I think is very important, underachievement is also not very well conceptualized. Some of the theories regard this as a superordinate concept of different barriers. And this makes it difficult to respond to the underachievement of a certain child. It is not sufficient to support the motivation and emotional aspects of a certain child. when I go back, for example, to the first child I presented you, he really didn't show at school how good he was. And he was not that motivated. But the problem was not that this underachievement was due to emotional aspects. It was due to the challenges he missed at school, and due to the partial disturbances he had to overcome. So the treatment of a child, our response to a child, depend on that what we know about a child. A problem is that we have to take every child as an individual, because there's no twice exceptional child like another twice exceptional child. And they need a balanced educational program that on the one hand nurtures their gifts and talents, and on the other hand provides intervention for their disabilities. But because of this hiding on both sides, it's difficult for teachers to realize whether a child is capable and is, okay. So what do we need? On the one hand, we have here this content knowledge. It doesn't work anymore. So. We need the content knowledge. That means we need a lot, in the case of mathematics, about mathematics. And also we need to know much about how to teach, how to work in a classroom, how to teach in a special situation. That's the one side. But on the other side, you see knowledge about barriers and their implication on learning. We need the education of specialists for children with special needs. That's not possible in one person. So I would wish that we work together as a team. Teachers of a special subject who are familiar with this subject, and teachers for children with special needs who can give advice. Doris? You are some of these teachers, Doris, yeah? And you told me that you give advice in certain situations to teachers who are not familiar with problems of children with hearing impairment and with children with visual perception impairments. It's not possible to have all on mind if you are one teacher. Because of this, I think we need really collaboration between this different domains. Again, back to noticing. Knowledge about developmental disorders is a prerequisite for the development of appropriate methods. And we need a balance between recognizing of impairments and overlooking them. That's another trap for us. We can see, if we start to work on children with special needs, we can see autism in so many children who are, that's because they changed the name from autism to spectrum disorder, autism spectrum disorder. But there are some children who need really a kind of treatment, and others, you say, they are only special in a certain way. We all have our kind of being special. So it's this balance you as experienced teacher have to find. When do I ask for a special intervention, and when do I think I can live with this way a child behaves? But also important is that only appropriate challenges show barriers as well as competencies. Now I come to the side of the student. Twice exceptional students are at risk to get emotional problems, and they are more at risk as children, for example, with learning disabilities, because due to their high cognitive potential, they realize easier than other children that there may be problems. So what can we do? I think it's very important to talk about realistic aims, for realistic goals for the students. Firstly, we have to accept the students. We have to be interested in hers or his idea. That seems so evident that we should do this, but it's not so easy to be interested in the ideas of perhaps a mathematically gifted students then, because we do not immediately recognize whether a child is correct or not in his solution. That can be a kind of a challenge for us as teachers you do not know how to handle the situation with the boy. For example, the boy with autism, when he presented me his solution, I was teaching the whole class with the children. I wasn't capable of seeing immediately whether he was correct or not. Later, I had the time to go through his way of defining his terms, and I realized he really recognized the formula of how to add the sum of the natural number. I think we also should be careful with diagnosis. We are teachers. We can observe what children are doing, but for going through real diagnostic process, we need other competences. We need the competences from psychologists, we need those of neuropsychologists perhaps, and perhaps for physicians and children and youth psychiatrists. But I think we can help the students by developing their metacognition and skills and their self-regulation. Children should think about, I'm good in, and I need help in. Also, what are my goals? I want to, I don't know, and what I can do is, and so on. And taking this, oh, thank you. Danke. Together, because I skipped some of the slides at the beginning, I have some time left, I can show you, if you are interested in, a task for students. Okay. Here it is. It's a well-known task. Find different ways to solve the following question. How many squares size 1.1 times 1 are needed to build this figure? Here it is. And you can look at it on different ways. One possibility is to use inductive thinking. You start with the I know what I did. You start with the first, the second, the third, and continue this. We like to use tables so that you can perhaps see a certain structure. And the children have to fill in the missing numbers. And this is the first pattern they saw. And looking at the table, you see that there is a certain pattern. This is what children can describe at the primary level. All children, also children who are at school. And most of the children saw a certain symmetry. And so here's another pattern they can recognize. It's the sum of the odd numbers up to the middle pillar and then the other way around. By this, they can describe a form of generalization. And they also can see something like this. 5, 4, 5, 4, and so on. And this leads to a formula you can generalize very easily and to calculate every number you want to calculate of this pattern. We use this kind of problem in school with children from all possibilities you can imagine. The only thing we didn't do was working with blind or seeing impaired children. We worked about this with hearing impaired children, with gifted children, with children on average. And this is the way most of the children found a result. Many of them found these results, but only the gifted one got to this approach. There are different ways, still different point of views to solve this. Okay, again, the sequence of the middle pillar. And I like this kind of problem because every child, most of the children, not every child, yes, most of the children are interested, they can be successful. They can be successful on different levels. Some of them are successful by counting the missing cubes. Some of them are successful because they see a certain pattern. Because they worked all on the same problem, they can later on discuss this problem with the whole classroom, and they know what the other students are talking about. So they can understand what they are doing. And we tried this kind of problems in a regular classroom, and what we found out was that in a regular classroom, the children are not that fast as in our fostering project at the university. But more children than we expected showed high capabilities. And also the children who were capable of solving very hard problems, they got not the best marks from their teachers, because the teachers focused on the normal curriculum. And for example, one of the boys who was really very, very good, he was a silent boy, one of these gifted children who doesn't show his competences. And beside him sat a boy who wasn't shy. He was very good in grasping the idea of his neighbor. And he was very good in explaining very good the ideas of his neighbors. So this boy, who was really very good verbally, he explained everything. He got the best marks, 1 in Germany, and the other he got a 2 because he wasn't so bad. After we worked with these children about 4 weeks. We asked them about their interest in the way we are working with them, and all children, also the children who were, you would say, disabled, learning disabled. They had a profit, they got a profit from this kind of work, and they told us that they would like to work about these kind of problems. They said, with this kind of problems, we are doing really mathematics. In normal school, we only do plus, minus, and the clock. Okay, and with this, I want to stop. Wait a minute. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Marianne. And we take some questions again. Me and Annika will ask. No, I can do. I do it correct. Maybe please, I forgot it the last time also, but say the name and who you are, a parent or a teacher in what grade and so on.
Okay, I'm Åsa and I have a 7-year-old son in the Twiceexceptional area, and maybe this is a tricky question, but sometimes it's very hard to know the gifted side and the autistic side. And I'm wondering, can you separate them and focus on one area, or do you always need to see them together?
I think we should see both sides, because autistic spectrum disorders means that you can be as intelligent as all the other children who are in the classroom. We do no longer think about Asperger, for example. We think about the children who has to overcome special behavioral problems and social problems. So on the one hand, this child has to learn to be integrated in a classroom. On the other hand, he needs to be supported in his capabilities. What I think is important, that the teachers know as much as possible about his way of interpreting her words, so that she is very cautious with her words.
Okay.
Yeah. A friend of mine, her son is autistic, and around Christmas, he's an adult. She said, "Oh, I wasn't capable, the windows are so dirty." Another child would say, "Don't worry about it, we know you had so much work." But he said, "Yes, you're right, the windows are dirty." And this one of the little situation which can lead to misunderstandings. So I think it's important that the teachers know about his way of seeing the world, so it's easier to work with him. But I wouldn't, in a way, the giftedness and the autism are part of his personality. But I think on an analyzing perspective, you have to see what is the character of this and what is the character of this.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
If there's no more question, I would like to encourage you to give challenges to all the students, and to see in the way Margaret Sutherland said. I learned about the DIP and the PIP model. DIP define, for example, giftedness. The I is for, that's a definition, the I is for example, intelligence test, and the P for provide provisions. And PIP offer them possibilities, provide provisions, so you can learn more about the capabilities of the child, and that later on you can interpret this and adapt the challenges you give to a certain child.
Hi, thank you. In this Prima project, okay, I'm Angelica. I'm a teacher in mathematics and science in 9th grade. Are they in a special classroom, or are they integrated in the normal classroom?
They are in the normal classroom. They come to the university on Friday afternoon and work with us about mathematical problems for about 90 minutes.
Okay,
Yeah.
Because I was visiting a school in Germany, in Hamburg actually this summer, and as I understood, there are schools for gifted children now.
Yeah. In Hamburg, they do many things for gifted students. There are private schools which have classrooms. The half of the children are tested as being gifted, the other half not. But many, not private schools, but public schools can develop a special concept. So they provide possibilities for gifted students in science as well as in mathematics, all over Hamburg.
Okay, is it all over Germany, or is it special for Hamburg?
Special for Hamburg.
Okay.
But in Ralf Benölken, who will speak after me, he is in Münster, and there's also a project for gifted students. In many parts of Germany now there are possibilities for gifted students to get some support.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
This is one of the experts on Twiceexceptional children in the world. Take the opportunity.
You can ask me later
Yep.
if you want to. Yeah.
Okay. So then I have 5 minutes. Thank you, Marianne. And I will actually use those 5 minutes. So first, I forgot to say one network group also that is also participating here. And now it became in English, but I continue then. Maybe. Filurum. Maybe you want to rise also? Filurum är Facebookgrupper, nätverk, finns för föräldrar, finns för pedagoger, Filurum pedagog och det fanns flera filurar här. Och för även vuxna särskilt begåvade, det är 3 va? Stämmer? Ja. Filurum Young. Så man kan söka på Facebook på Filurum så hittar man dem. Ungefär. Ja. Och så tänkte jag också faktiskt I will have a book below here. One question.
Bara om jag får lägga till något med Filurum, att alla ni pedagoger, det är ju Filurum och GCP, alltså tipsa familjer och barn om det, för just det är så himla viktigt just att få social kontakt med andra i liknande situation och med liknande våglängd. Så tipsa dem om att söka sig till Filurum och GCP, det är värt så mycket.
Så, och ifall man funderar på hur man ska fortbilda sig och sin personal inom det här med särskild begåvning, så finns det, jag tror faktiskt alla 7 är här inne idag. Och när jag säger 7 så tror jag att de vet vilka jag menar. Så kan inte ni ställa er upp, ni som känner er som de 7, som den här ni vet. Ja. 2 Annika. Och så en Agneta och en Sofia. Är inte Katarina här? Charlotta såg jag, ja. Och Katarina. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Vem saknar vi då? Lotta. Okej, ja. 6 av 7 lärare och så jag. Vi hade en forskningscirkel tillsammans i RUKs regi också. Vi jobbade intensivt i 1 år. Det råkar liksom bli intensivt om jag hittar på någonting. Vi kämpade hårt och vi utbildade oss tillsammans och vi fick också förmånen att skriva en rapport. Det här är första korrekturet. Men den kommer att kunna gå och köpa av Karlstad University Press inom ett par veckor för någonstans mellan 130 och 160 kronor. Och jag kommer antingen, vad ska man säga, vara så fräck eller så snäll. Så att jag kommer mejla alla er som jag har mejladresser till och säga att nu går den att köpa. Sen får ni själva avgöra ifall att det är fräckt eller snällt. Där finns lite beskrivet hur vi gjorde detta i alla fall. Så det är ett sätt att göra en fortbildning inom detta. Sen det projektet som vi driver nu med rätt att utmanas i en skola för alla. Det är lite större och lite ännu mer intensivt. 2-årigt projekt som stöds av Ljungbergsfonden. Och det kommer också mynna ut i en rapport så småningom där vi beskriver hur vi har jobbat och vad vi kommer fram till. Det kommer publiceras i någon typ av rapport som kanske kommer kunna gå att köpa, det vet jag inte, men den ska åtminstone ligga gratis online som en pdf. Då är vi framme i årsskiftet 2017-2018 när den ska finnas klar. Ja. Och då har vi en 10 minuters bensträckare igen. Sen är det dags för Ralf Benölken. Jag önskar att man kunde släppa in lite luft. Jag vet inte hur man gör det här. Men om 10 minuter så kör vi igen.
We got some sidekick teachers that call them so who do that
Just
too.
telling you that I'm in your...
You too, so I want to check the microphone. Wait a moment.
Now you are... Yeah, now it's on. Yeah, if you press it one more, you are muted. Yeah.
Do you hear something?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So if you press it one more, you mute it, or you can just keep up.
It's on, yeah.
Så hörni, nu är klockan 2:10 och jag tror att vi låter dörrarna stå öppna för det var lite skönt, eller hur? Ja. Så funkar det för ljud och filmning så låter vi dörrarna stå öppna. Och de som är ute, de verkar som att de är på väg in. Och ja, här kommer ju då ytterligare en av de personer som jag beundrar mycket inom det här området. This is Ralf Benölken, one of my latest contacts in the field of giftedness and mathematics. We have known each other for 1.5 years. Yeah. So we met in a conference in Prague. Ralf kan lite svenska faktiskt.
Lite. lite.
He loves Sweden. He's been in Sweden. He's visiting Sweden almost every summer. So he's a true German. Ralf is from Münster University, and he's is involved in math clubs called Mathe für kleine Asse, which is similar to the Prima project in Hamburg. Ralf is also involved, or it is his project, which is called Makusi, that is for children with, learning disabilities in mathematics. It's not completely correct. And I'm honored to have you here, and the stage is yours.
Thank you. So, first, I would like to join the previous speakers. So it's a real pleasure for me to be here, and it's good to see that so many teachers, Swedish teachers, are interested in this field of giftedness today. And I would like to use this opportunity to thank Elisabeth for the invitation and for the great organization of everything. So in this stage here in the public once. I'm going to speak about something like gender differences when you look into the program. So this might cause a misunderstanding. I'm going to speak about something like gender and mathematical giftedness, so of a connection of two fields, at least two fields. And as you will see, the presentation will be about how the identification of high mathematical potentials with girls might be improved, and how the support might be improved, and not about possible gender differences that would be quite strange or even misunderstanding focus. So this picture, it's like a Sudoku, maybe some of you noticed that, is very typical for a couple of things that I want to express, so maybe you keep it in mind. I apologize for taking the perspective of mathematics or mathematics education again, because I know that many of you do not have mathematics as a subject, but I hope I could offer you maybe a kind of ideas which you can transfer to your subject, or maybe an opportunity to compare what I'm going to say with your subject. And these playful characteristics, which you can see here, and you can imagine that it takes a lot of time to compose it, because you consider the rules of Sudoku, and then you get some pictures or icons or something to compose it. So maybe there's a certain playground in mathematics with girls. I don't know. So this is a first hint what things might be to consider in the field of gender and mathematics. I'm going to have 3 chapters in this presentation. First, I'm going to take a brief overview of the theoretical background. So I want at first to introduce to you what we understand with the term of mathematical giftedness. Some aspects were mentioned in the presentation of Marianne before. I'm going to try to increase your knowledge on it a little bit. Then I'm going to summarize the current status of research about gender in mathematics, but it will be very roughly summarized. And then I'm going to give you concrete, in the second chapter, I'm going to give you concrete moments, concrete aspects that might be supported by scientific results and that might be appropriated in order to improve the diagnostics of girls. So what could you observe with many girls in the field of mathematical giftedness? And then the third chapter, how can they be supported? So it's about practical consequences. First, as to mathematical giftedness, maybe as to the consensus, to the scientific consensus, we take a widespread view, so we distinguish between an individual's potential and his performance. And there's a developmental process between the potential and the performance, which is influenced by factors within the person and within the social environment. Yeah, so these are the arrows on the top and at the bottom. And the phenomenon of underachievement, which Marianne indicated, might be explained by such modelings. If you imagine that an individual cannot develop his maybe high potential into a very high performance. And this whole complex, yet now with regard to giving a picture of mathematical giftedness, is connected to specific criteria. So I apologize that we got German phrasing here, but I didn't want to make any mistakes with the sense of these criteria by taking them into English. You can see it's a model of Fuchs and Kapnick, so it's not my work. But in the core, it's a widespread view between personality traits supporting giftedness on the one hand, like being able to concentrate extremely on something, or just being very glad to work in mathematics. And then hard fact criteria, if you want it like this, like transferring structures. It's not just counting, not calculating or something. It's a more abstract level, yeah? So just structuring, remembering mathematical facts like sensitivity for mathematical phenomena and correlations, for instance, or abilities to rethink or to think from the backside. And maybe you can compare to your disciplines, if you have not mathematics, which might be criteria that can characterize something like the phenomenon of giftedness in your field. As far as I know, mathematics education is one of the disciplines that is relatively far, or maybe, so I shouldn't be too shy to express it. I think we are far in mathematics education with modelings of this phenomenon. Maybe more than other disciplines or educational researches. And so this is an impression of how researchers try to describe giftedness. So I'd like to point out why it's interesting to speak of gender and mathematical giftedness. And the main point is that in many European and Western, Northern European countries, of course, but not, for instance, in Southern European countries or in Arabian countries, and I could take more examples. Girls are underrepresented, or women are underrepresented in the so-called STEM sector, like mathematics, techniques, and informatics, you know. And this phenomenon can be found in Sweden as well. like it is expressed here by Madsen. And when we talked before the presentation, Elisabeth gave me an impression from a summer camp, is correct, a summer camp in mathematics, which was in which participated, I guess it was 20 boys and 10 girls, 30 boys, thank you, and 10 girls. So very typical in this country too. And the findings I mention here are from a German perspective. So beside the subject comparison, you need possibly a comparison to the mind of your country. But I took the relations from this project that Elisabeth mentioned, Mathe für kleine Asse, which is very similar, I guess, to the Prima project in Hamburg in many, many aspects, but which is really much smaller. So we get about 150 or maximum 200 children from the grades 3 to 8 to the university in different groups, and today we are growing into kindergarten. Yeah, so this accords to the scientific developments younger children to implement into such projects, and you can see the relations between boys and girls and the whole number of participants within the last 10 years. And the green line are the boys, the red one the girls, and the blue one is the overall number. So summarized, the share of girls is always about 30%. And this is very typical for all these projects in Germany. So you mentioned Münster, I mentioned Hamburg, Marianne. Of course, I could introduce to you that one of Thorsten Fritzland. The colleagues in Braunschweig, another city, have a certain project like this, and it's always a similar phenomenon. And regarding mathematical competitions, often it's even more imbalanced. And it can absolutely not be. So this contradicts an important scientific consensus on the fact that both sexes, or I should say that human, despite any backgrounds, do not differ in their potentials as to any academic domains. So something like gender differences in cognitive abilities makes no sense, let's say on average, if you know what I mean. Thus, there must be explanations for it, and there must be things that I can consider as a teacher in order to perceive high mathematical potentials with girls, for instance. And there are different disciplines who are engaged into the research. I'm going very, very briefly through it. So for instance, biology and the neurosciences concentrate of questions like different lateralizations of the brain hemispheres. And you can see a mathematics educator is just going to look which results he can seriously implement into his own research in that case, but it's very important, of course, and very, very recent. Then theories of socialization, like imitation or identification, for instance. Then the educational psychology and the social psychology. And in this context, motivation plays a very, very important role, which provides another bridge to the previous talk. And last but not least, mathematics education, so questions of do girls and boys solve tasks differently, possibly? Or are there different thinking styles, for instance, and the like? So, from my point of view, it is not sensible to concentrate on one certain domain if you want to improve the support or the identification of a specific group potentials, like in this case, in the gender context, girls. And as far as I can manage this as a mathematics educator, I try always to take into account the whole complex of these disciplines, and I hope I could reflect it in the following chapter that will give you concrete aspects emerging from these different domains. And the guiding question in this paragraph is, which influences might affect that we identify high mathematical potentials less often with girls than with boys? So I guess this is a famous prejudgment. Something like people think mathematics is a boy's thing, not a girl's thing. And so these pictures are taken from the internet. Yeah, they just should imagine, or they just should give an impression of what possibly people might think if they connect females and mathematics. But if you look into large international comparison studies, you will see that so-called gender differences, here we could relate it to the visible achievements, have become lower and lower in the last decades. So there's a decline. And especially when you look to primary school children, there usually are not be found any achievement differences in new studies. And then if you remember these specific criteria of mathematical giftedness, like structuring or reversing thoughts or this sensitivity and so on, in my doctoral thesis, one part, a small part, with a revision of much of the material that we had in the project Mathe für kleine Asse, indicates that according to these criteria of mathematical giftedness with the children of our project, we get no differences, achievement or visible differences as to these criteria. This means if I want to keep this comparison by such stolen photos, keep in mind, it's not a cognitive basis to judge girls' capacities in mathematics. So what else might be put forward? Are there possibly any effects of socialization? And I brought you a short video document. This is taken from a group tournament. So there were small groups going through different tasks in different rooms. And this is a group consisting only of boys. Then you will see a group consisting only of girls. And they are playing, I'm not going too much in the detail, they are playing a game with cubes. And the cubes betray. So you know it's not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, but they're done with the numbers. And that is what the children should observe. It's just the background. Please look at how the groups interact. I have to get a shortcut into the video. Okay. Can you hear something? Okay, wait a moment. It's 100%. Where's the technique? So we tested everything before, it must happen. Thank you. So, of course, I apologize that it was a German video, but in fact, I thought about adding some English subtitles, but decided to leave it because I could never give adequately you an impression of what they're saying, and I guess the interaction is the most interesting thing. Simultaneously, I thought maybe you give much more attention to the interaction when you possibly don't understand German. I don't know. So how I interpret it is that this group of boys show much higher rate, much higher level of competitiveness. That means they want to win. Each of the boys wants to win against the others. Yeah, and they are very, very strict. And imagine it's something like a situation in a classroom, and you got a child, independently if it's a girl or a boy, that might be very, very obvious to you. That means maybe because of such behavior, it's his or her potential is more perceivable for you. Then this might be a thing that obviously could be emerged by socialization. And the girls group, they did not show such competitive thoughts. They more tend to work together. So they took some more time, of course, and then one of the girls had the solution and told it, okay. But it was another style of interaction. And of course I took 2 videos which I hope to be relatively typical for what I want to express. Yeah, so boys more often tend to competitiveness than girls, might affect their potentials primarily, and some more indications from the literature which might be linked to the socialization aspects. And one brief remark: if you're wondering why I so often refer to Benölken as literature source, then it's because in this Benölken book from 2011, many research results are synthesized in overviews. So it's at some slides it's not my work, and if you wonder why it's Benölken, somehow it's something like a link to summary. And sometimes it's my work, of course, too. Then we get phenomena like such role models, which might be very positive or negative. Years ago, school books in Germany, maybe it's the same in Sweden, always had shown women as the housewives and men as the actors in the job. And to know from my experience that you have really, really hard to consider how you develop a school book page today. So maybe it's a thing that you can use to encourage girls to do mathematics. I'm going back to this later. Then phenomena like so-called attributions. These are reasons that an individual or his social environment perceives or assumes for his or her achievements. And if you have a girl and she achieves well in mathematics, and you think, yeah, okay, she's so keen, she works so hard, and you maybe don't think she's highly gifted or something, but you possibly would rather link to a boy, then it's a strange thing. And I put this into one of the indicators for different manners that might be linked to gender stereotyping of this field of STEM, or especially of mathematics. Yesterday I received an email from a friend of mine, from a colleague from Münster. He had read an interview from a master thesis, from a case study. And in fact, was not he, but she. And she wrote me this quote. and roughly summarized, it was like it was a girl saying she always perceived mathematics with the color blue. So it's in German Synästhetik. Do you understand that? If you connect specific objects to colors. And she connects German, so language, let's say language, to the color red. And she said in the same quote that she had talked to many other children and they confirmed her observations, or her, not observations, but color perceptions. And that was so interesting, and I tried how, if I just copied the email for you, and then I decided just to introduce it to you orally. For me, it might be something that fits very well to this gender stereotyping, to these aspects of socialization, but what must have happened, had happened, that a girl, so it was of the 5th grade, that means maybe 11 years old, obviously gender stereotypes mathematics with a color that is usually in Germany, for instance, connected to males or to boys. And on the other side, languages with red, so with the, so-called, of course, female color. I think this is an important domain, this stereotyping, and we should absolutely be aware of avoiding stereotyping, even especially gender stereotyping. Then we got motivation, and I'm going a little bit quicker through this, even if I think this is a very, very, very important area too. So if you consider different concepts of motivation, like, for instance, interest, attitudes, self-concepts, we can use these terms formally, I think. So we don't need to talk about specific theoretical frameworks, just attitudes, how you perceive an object. Interest might speak to itself, and self-concepts is what you think you can, like this, yeah. And we have done some studies in Germany with children who take part in the project Mathe für kleine Asse. This is remarked here or named here by the acronym MP. It's mathematically promising. I could have said in this context here mathematically gifted too. And MP, mathematically promising, means these are children from the project Mathe für kleine Asse. And then we have NMP, girls and boys. These are children who are not mathematically promising. This is just a relatively weak description to get independent groups. So forget it. These are people from children from regular classrooms. We get children from the project and children from regular classrooms. And as you can see, the colors should indicate which groups belong together. And we get these boys and girls from the project and the boys from regular classrooms marked by the color blue, who with regard to all motivational factors belong in that way together that they on average usually show advantageous characteristics of these mathematical motivational factors. So for instance, boys and girls taking part in Mathe für kleine Asse as well as boys from regular classroom show advantageous self-concepts. They usually think, I can mathematics. The boys from the regular classroom too, even if they're not high achieving in many cases. But the girls, regarding all motivational facets, show very more often, and if you consider the method that is in the background, I could say significantly more often, disadvantageous or at least not such advantageous characteristic than the boys. And this is one of the things in the German context that I suppose to be one of the factors with the most important explanatory force. So how could we increase motivation in mathematics, especially with girls. And Elisabeth and I, we had a similar, very, very similar study here in your country, which we presented some weeks ago on a big conference in Hamburg. And as you can see, it was something else in Sweden. So this is in this stage that we are very, very explorative, and you shouldn't take it too serious at the moment, because we are just collecting more data. These are just very, very less children. We are able to say some more about it very, very, very soon. But so this impression depends on a relatively small sample, and here it was children taking part in a support program, or who were assessed to be mathematically promising, belonged together, independent from gender. And the boys were, with most of the motivational factors, not automatically constituted with positive characteristics of the motivational factors. An exception was self-concept. That was a little bit dubious, yeah, but it was even not so clear as in Germany. So we just are thinking about the question, what does this mean? We could take into account that the German study additionally showed that girls obviously have more interest than girls, and maybe mathematics might abandon the benefit of other interests, possibly. But we have data about this, but we haven't evaluated it yet here in Sweden. So it's just like a cross-country comparison, and we are working on questions like, which practical consequences have we already developed in Germany that might be a good idea to offer in classrooms here, like rich tasks, for instance, and maybe especially for girls, not forgetting all other children. And on the other hand, from the German perspective, maybe if this could be confirmed, the gender stereotyping of mathematics, for instance, is not so visible here, or does not exist. I don't know. You can judge that much more better than I can. But if it's so, the question is obvious: what can we learn from Germany in order to avoid stereotyping from your society? So I'm going to give you a little deeper impression of it by looking at two cases. The first case is Caroline. Caroline had a lot of interests. She loved painting and reading. She did very many different kinds of sports, and she was very keen on doing languages and something like that, but she never had much to do with mathematics. So this does not mean she has any learning difficulties. No, she was absolutely good, normal good at school. Yeah, you know that girls are oft working really hard in mathematics. So it was with her, but no one thought she was gifted. She didn't as well. And then I'm going to give you some quotes from a case study. She took part in the math kangaroo. And suddenly she succeeded. And this led to a turn. She perceived mathematics in another way. Then she took part in the project Mathe für kleine Asse, and it was a positive developmental process, like a triangulation of doing more mathematics and perceiving what she is able to achieve, yeah. And so mathematics became more and more one of her main focuses. Yeah, and so I'm not going to mention specific aspects of these quotes. I summarized it. You can see that for instance, the father compares today and yesterday, yeah, with some signal words like here, yeah, today she knows, and so on. So there was a strong let's call it effect, by the identification of her potential, by turning to mathematics, which she did not count to her interests before. And we can compare this to Jan. Jan plays football. Jan has an older brother, and he very early used to do mathematical tasks with him. And he very early turned himself to mathematics and counted. And the father had the opinion that in the third school year he was not just some weeks or months, let's say, in front of the other children of the class, but years. So for instance, he was able to calculate not squares, but the opposite, yeah, you know. And here are some quotes too. So you can see in the first quote that he very, very early wanted to calculate everything when the family was eating, for instance. Yeah, or here he compared his mathematical work, for instance, in the project Mathe für kleine Asse, with the work at school. And at first he says, well, it was so boring, and then I took part in the project, and the mathematical lessons became so boring, which would give, if we had more time, many opportunities to interpret right now. But these two cases, they were very similar in a study I did that is just in a review process. So such positive effects by taking part in a program that of course give very positive feedback, direct and indirect, to the girls or to all children, was extremely good for the girls as to their engagement in mathematics. So you can see here different case studies with the names, and the plus is we found positive developments there. A minus, no, never negative developments. 0, we couldn't interpret any developments, and an X means we couldn't assess it. And just compare the two groups that I sorted by gender, for instance. It was an open study. Yeah, it was qualitative. It was very open to, as far as I could, which possible groups might appear. And a single observation is that the mathematics interest, there is an I is missing in interest there. Mathematics interest in the classroom with some of the children became lower and lower by taking part in the program. So this, as a hypothesis, this might be typical too, and it might show how absolutely important it is to offer challenging tasks or challenges in the classroom. Of course, not only for gifted children, but for all children. The fourth question: what can be observed in mathematical classrooms? And some photo impressions. This is from a test, so this is very strange. But when the children come to our project, we first have a playful first session, and then mostly much more children than we have places in our project want to take part. So we are forced, let's say, to do a test just to have any kind of criterion to elect children. By the way, really not to select children. That's not our intention. It's just because of a limited capacity. And I believe that this situation, sitting in such a room, very, very similar, as you can see on the photo lecture hall, for children of the third grade in this moment here, is much more a thing for boys. So they are solving tasks. They're given some minutes for each task. And it's a very strange situation, as you can imagine, and the time pressure that is in literature very often reported as a phenomenon that girls cannot keep well with. Maybe from the first beginning of our identification procedures we make a mistake here. And then this example from the beginning. So girls often seem to play rather, seem to prefer rather playful and creative approaches to mathematics, or maybe a type of girls, if I look back to my scientific results. And just to connect it to the pressure of time, imagine you have to solve a mathematical task which is used to assess your mathematical potential, and then, this is just one indicator for it, you struggle to solve it, and you produce this solution, and maybe you need much more time. And another child, independently of his or her gender, just takes the numbers into it. So maybe it is unbalanced because of the time limit. Yeah. So I already told you that feelings of security are very important. We could reflect that, of course, to the background, against the background of socialization again. But security is very, very often reported in the context of gender and mathematics with regard to the girls, and you see different aspects that are documented in this context, like controlling solutions is more a thing of girls, rather simple tasks, rather rare challenges, exchange, collaborative work, as we have seen in the video, and a very, very important thing, which you can consider as a practical consequence at this stage, of course, many girls rather present their solutions together. So what I'm doing in our groups is always giving the whole groups the opportunity to present, and not getting any traditional forms of teaching like, yeah, here you say now, so that would be nothing for girls. Then have a complex, an intertwining of all aspects in front of your eyes, please. So this is a problem where we have a long street. Maybe in Scotland there are such long streets, and there's just one lane and one car can drive on the street. And every few kilometers there's a small parking ground, and one car can get into it, so that two cars who come together can move. Yeah, you know what I mean. And now we got the situations that we have two cars from each direction, and just one car fits into this corner over there. How can they cope with the situation so that everyone could continue his way? And we don't have to look at the solution. Very, very often, from my experience, girls tend to such complex or very, very accurate, precise solutions, maybe to elaborated texts or pictures or a combination of it, while boys often just write a sentence and they're content with it, and that's all. And if you want them to write or to draw more, they are fed up, they don't want to do it. Yeah, and connected to, for instance, the aspects of time, then against the background that you want to identify potentials, okay. Last but not least, take a very, very brief look, short look at this task and find the law how the changes are done. We have to keep a time limit. So maybe you've seen that the bottom and the top line, they are fixed, so they don't change in the rows. It's just the left and the right lane who moves. And many boys, these are results of Inge Schwank from Cologne in Germany. I appreciate that very much in order to point out possible different thinking styles with girls and boys. And this is more than mathematics. So some people go from figure to figure. Oh, hoppala. From figure to figure. This is what many boys do. Trial by error. think of time and security and so on. And many girls just want to see the whole complex. And they don't start until they have seen laws or rules or something. By the way, the solution is a circle. Almost a circle. So I'm talking from a giftedness related view and introduced to many results that are relatively well or very well documented in the literature. I guess it's much more than this gender or giftedness related view. It's a very, very modern kind of research because we had so many cultural changes in the last decades, like the digital society or like the inclusive society, and despite all this we talk about gender and mathematics. That's unbelievable, and I'm just having a study about what girls and boys wish about mathematical classrooms, such an open thing over there. So I shouldn't do that, yeah, but I have to. Maybe it's something like a self-fulfilling prophecy or something, and then questions like these ones. Is it important how we present tasks or solution in mathematics? Maybe. I would like to close with a couple of practical consequences. So the guiding question in this brief last chapter is how girls can be supported in mathematics, and especially how can girls' mathematical giftedness be supported. And as I already mentioned as a sidekick, directive traditional teaching, which is supposed to be found in mathematical classrooms still today, seems to be not adequate, especially to girls. So it's really necessary to consider cooperation in creative, playful approaches, like you've seen with the Sudoku. Consider that girls often need time from very different aspects, yeah, like the thinking styles, for instance. And these group presentations, any kind of security thinking should be considered. Yeah, this is an example. Then don't gender stereotype. These are the lines at the bottom. Girls can achieve in mathematics the same as boys can. There are other reasons. And be very, very sensitive before you assess what a girl might be able to in mathematics or not. I guess motivation is very important in this context and giving authentic feedback. The question is how we can do it. And this is one thing which can be hard discussed, but my experience was very good. I get the last 2 minutes I've watched here just briefly. Within the project Mathe für kleine Asse, I had a mono-educative group for many years, a group where all participants were girls. And it was organized at a primary school, and there were other programs, except from mathematics, that were addressed to the boys then, yeah, to get a balance. And this was the time for the girls to do mathematics. And it was, from my experiences, a very positive thing. It's an additional course. It's not regular mathematics. Yeah, it's just an enrichment program, as we call it. Yeah, but by the way, girls and boys want to be taught in a co-educative way in regular classrooms. Then rich task fields. So I have to abbreviate this a little bit. These are typical criteria. What is very important to me is that we can work with a mathematical substance in the background in order to get a natural differentiation. That means we don't have to give each child a suited material. Yeah, we can try to give a very rich open material from mathematics where all children can work with. And we can discuss this in the context of inclusive education as well. We've seen many connections to the other presentations here, and you see some criteria. So natural differentiation means you don't have to give a material for each child, and you don't have to consider I have to do this with this focus and this with this. It appears from the children and from the material itself, and you see 2 examples here. For instance, that one with the map of Manhattan, where the children can count ways from A to B. And you could add some criteria for girls, and something like we got into these practical consequences like regard security, cooperation. Yeah? Maybe role models are suited. Sometimes a theme that is estimated by many girls might be suited, but be absolutely sensitive towards gender stereotyping. Yeah? And maybe you know ways to connect subjects like mathematics and languages. For instance, you could write mathematical stories or something. And it's an add-on to the criteria before. In fact, so I'm going faster through this. This was an example of such a rich task field which considers the first group of criteria and the second. It should be especially for girls, but you would like it, I would like it, and every child might hopefully like it. It's then not gender stereotyped or something, yeah, but it's loved by many girls from my experiences. And with a short look back, tack så mycket, of course. We can talk with this on the 4 eyes if you like, or in the discussion right now.
Thank you, Ralf. I've noticed today that the female are very good to hold the times. So Attila is going the one who is proving the difference. Okay, so questions, and I think Annika has one microphone. Someone has made a schedule for today that is really tough, so keep the energy up and ask questions.
Always me asking the questions, but good, someone gets us going. I have a question about, I've read some studies where it's saying that among gifted kids, that that their sex is has less influence on their identity building. They're like identify more as being genderless, or like their personality being independent of their gender than like normally gifted children. Or so my question is kind of how does that relate to this? Like, do you notice in these special programs and camps that the girls who do come there have like are less stereotypical girly kind of like seem to I don't know how to phrase the question, if they are if there has been some study on if the girls that do come, if they have a less identification with their sex, like being part of their identity.
So I'm afraid I didn't get the core of the question.
Yeah, the question is kind of the girls that do come to these camps.
To the program. To
the programs.
So it's a course at university, it's not a camp. Just,
okay. Yeah.
What about them?
But if they have like math camps and like that do show a greater interest in math, if there's like an overrepresentation among those girls of like girls who don't see their sex as being an important part of their identity.
So I think what can be observed in this context is the taking part in Mathe für kleine Asse, for instance. Of course, the camp would be obviously probably the same, leads to a triangulation. Like, okay, I can mathematics. Oh, it's a funny thing to do mathematics. Now I do more mathematics, and it's a challenge that I like. I perceive that, but maybe did not expect. And then we got these changes, possibly in motivational factors, that was shown by this table with the different colors, blue and orange, and what I wanted to express with the two case examples. Yeah. So maybe this process of triangulation is a very important thing, and I hope the question is focused on this triangulation. So this is very important. And what I was really surprised about the comparison to Sweden. Just to be honest, it was such a simple idea. We had a questionnaire from Germany, and then we thought, okay, let's do it in Sweden. Of course, you have to work for such a paper and a study and presentation then, but it's a relatively small thing just because you use the infrastructure that you have from another country. Here, translated, do it again. But then the results were so interesting. And so usually I rather see myself as a qualitative researcher, not as a quantitative. Even these were quantitative results. So the question lies behind the data. Yeah, maybe behind statistics and shares as well. So what can cultures or societies be characterized? What can they learn from each other? That is very, very far in the background.
So we have one question here.
Hi, Jorrit, working at Teacher Education. You mentioned the practical consequences that you have some girls-only classes now. Prior to that, you mentioned that the test you have at the first day of the Mathe für kleine Asse, that still would give the consequence that only 1/3 of the participants would be girls. Have you any ideas or thoughts of getting those numbers kind of 50-50 on these classes?
So this is a question for an alternative organization of...
I just want, because you said you had girls-only classes, but still you also mentioned they prefer to work like in gender mixed classes. So I thought it would be interesting if it's of any priority for you to have 50-50 on those classes, or if that's not of importance at all.
Yeah, so until now, we don't take gender into account as a criterion of a child to elect it for the project. Of course, it could be discussed if a 50-50 share is preset. Of course, we didn't do that until now. It's just... Then the second thing is this procedure of identification that I introduced to you briefly. On the one hand, was criticized by myself. I said in the presentation, maybe we make a first mistake regarding gender in this very, very, very early stage. But on the other hand, it is a procedure that has proven its value in this project, Mathe für kleine Asse, and in a very similar way, in very many similar projects, like those which are mentioned within the presentation. So in that way, we have comparable procedures of identification. And so they are established for many years. That means it's a balance. It's the question, what do you want? Maybe the closest alternative was to ensure a 50-50 share. But then I would suggest that we would do that at all the projects to keep the procedures as similar as possible.
I think we have one last question.
One question here. We saw 2 films with cooperative problem solving, boys in one group and girls in another group.
Yeah.
And we're thinking, have you ever observations of mixed groups?
Yes, I have. So
do they enhance the behavior, or
yeah, thank you for the question. And it's really, really not easy for me to answer it very briefly. So of course I've chosen 2 video scenes that could express what I wanted to tell as briefly as possible. And of course, there are mixed groups in these tournaments that they had. And of course, boys and girls can well work together, no question. In fact, if we would look at practical consequences more deeply, this is one of the suggestions just to organize it in that way, so that boys can profit from social skills that are reported or often connected to many girls, for instance. On the other hand, I had the impression that these groups often are ruled by the boys. So they got their head through the wall, yeah, and two-sided.
Thank you, Ralf.
Thank you.
So now there is coffee and tea, and if I remember correct, there is fruit. And then we start 15:35 with Attila, and then we will continue non-stop until 17. And 17, we will have 3 participants that is leaving, almost running to catch the train. But 15:35 we start again, and I think we all need some coffee right now. So. Ja, jättebra. Perfekt.
Jag kan anpassa det, så jag blir garanterat klar i tid.
Då börjar vi frågepanelen tidigare så att ni hinner gå i lugn.
Ja, precis.
Jag behöver inte avbryta dig.
Jag håller tiden.
Var det 2013 det var konferensen? Eller 2012?
Sorö.
Sorö vi nu. 2012.
Då var det 13. Det var innan vi var klara.
Ja, men ja, precis. Jag började 12, ja det är 12. Jag tror det. Hä?
Jo, du kan ta.
Det är klart jag ska berätta. Jättekul.
Hon är så bra på att hålla tiden. Hon är verkligen fixare.
Jag berättar inte om...
Ja,
nej.
så kan vi ta det.
Så allihop, nu blev klockan 15:35 och våran sista föreläsare för idag är Attila Szabo, FoU, alltså forskning och utvecklingssamordnare i Stockholms stad. Doktorand vid Stockholms universitet. Jag skulle vilja säga att Attila är nog min närmaste kollega i forskningsvärlden. Och vi träffades då sommaren 2012 eller 2013, vi har lite dåligt minne, men ungefär där. Och då träffades vi på ett lite roligt sätt. Vi var på en konferens tillsammans och man kan nästan säga att vi delade rum. Sen får ni låta er fantasi spela vidare själva. Attila är mutad, men inte jag.
Är det här på mute eller hörs jag?
Hörs Attila nu? Ja, säger han. Attila beundrar jag också stort och det är därför han är här idag. Tack Attila för att du är här.
Tack Elisabeth. Nu ska vi se, det här är det är inte det tacksammaste av uppgifter att vara sist på den här dagen. Men dagen var ju så fantastisk och jag känner mig så inspirerad. Och nu har alla tackat Elisabeth, men ingen har gjort det på svenska på länge. Så jag verkligen vill tacka Elisabeth och de som organiserade. Så kan vi... Så. Nu ska vi se. Jag kommer att... Mitt forskningsområde är matematisk problemlösning. Och eftersom jag hade lite tid över för ett par somrar sedan så har jag ägnat några månader att undersöka hur forskningsfältet om matematiskt begåvade elever ser ut när det gäller matematikklassrummet. Så när jag kommer att använda uttrycket begåvade elever så ska ni tänka på särbegåvade elever för att använda Rolands uppfinning. Så det är särbegåvade, så jag pratar inte om elever som är begåvade, för alla är i viss mån begåvade. Så från och med nu så begåvade syftar mer på dem. Och vi sätter igång det här. Jag har gått igenom många artiklar, men det som var intressant, det var mellan 1953 och 2014. Och av dem var 200 tillräckligt relevanta för att skulle kunna bygga analysen på. Och det man har sett här är 3 nyckelfrågor som diskuteras i litteraturen. Det är definition av begåvning, såklart, matematisk begåvning. Identifiering och utveckling. Och eftersom många talare före mig, nästan alla före mig har diskuterat identifiering och definition av begåvning, matematisk begåvning, så jag kommer att ägna mig mer åt utveckling av det här i matematikklassrummet. Jag försöker, eftersom jag vet att de flesta av er är inte matematiklärare, så jag försöker hålla mig från matematiken i min presentation. Jag kommer att gå på det vi har sett och de mönster som jag har upptäckt i materialet. Så vi går rakt på, för att spara er tid och respektera er trötthet den här tiden på dygnet här. Vi går rakt på. Och heterogena klassrummet är det klassrum som vi är vana med, är mest vanligt förekommande i Sverige. Det vill säga barn är blandade och går i samma klass. Om de bor i samma område eller har sökt samma skola, det är oväsentligt i sammanhanget. Så det kallar vi för heterogena klassrummet i sammanhanget. Och hur ska vi ta hand om dem? Syntesen, det vill säga, visar att de eleverna tycker om uppskattar stort den positiva uppmärksamheten som får läraren. Och om läraren förväntar sig att arbeta hårt, det visar Rosa i flera. Det jag citerar där är oftast det mest aktuella. Det jag refererar till, det är väldigt svårt att referera till 200 artiklar. Så jag reducerar, så det ni ser är de mest aktuella artiklarna som behandlar här. Eleverna uppskattar också om läraren älskar ämnet och uppmanar dem att använda sin fantasi. Märk väl, fantasi. Det ska inte vara tråkigt, det ska finnas utrymme. Schoenfeld kallar det här för att låta dem äga sin matematik. Inte begränsa dem, ge lite utrymme till fantasin. Inte det tråkiga som sida upp och ner i läromedlet. Och det är också medskyldig eftersom jag själv skrivit läromedel. Men för gymnasiet. Så inte för. Det strukturerade och kritiska tänkandet är också viktigt. De här eleverna är ifrågasättande som vi har hört här idag. De släpper inte saker så lätt. Så när man uppmuntrar till kritiskt tänkande uppskattar de stort. Och gläder sig åt deras framgång. Det vill säga äntligen, och vi har någon som ser dem, som gläder sig. Jag kommer att återkomma till de sociala faktorerna. När man pratar om undervisningen så de flesta förespråkar differentierade instruktioner, fördjupningsuppgifter, berikande uppgifter och till och med snabbare arbetstempo. Så det här pratar vi, återigen, även om det står här på tavlan, men det här är på skylten, vad står det? Det är det heterogena klassrummet. Jag kommer att prata även om acceleration när man tar ut dem från klassrummet. Jag kommer att prata om nivågrupperingar. Jag kommer att prata om beröra könsskillnader mellan elever, motivationella faktorer och deras problemlösning. Och sen kommer jag sammanfatta det här. Så nu har jag reducerat det så gott det går. Flexibla grupperingar. Man grupperar dem 2 och 3 som de själva tycker om och sen kan de byta de här grupperingarna. Där kan man ta nytta av dessa begåvade elevers styrkor och låta dem ta plats i klassrummet. För ofta så drar de ner, de försöker reducera effekten av sin begåvning i interaktionen med sina kamrater. Så här kan de ta mer plats, låta dem lösa uppgifter även och låta dem hjälpa kamraterna som kanske inte är lika snabba och är inte på samma nivå som de är. Och anpassad teknologi, det pratar man mycket om. Man har gjort studier i Korea och sett hur IKT har använts. Resultaten är inte entydiga. Vi har inte riktigt sett vad som har hänt där. Men kontakten med mentorer är mycket viktig och det kommer jag återkomma till. Differentierade instruktioner. Det betyder att man ger några uppgifter på olika svårighetsgrader och sen så låter man vissa elever lösa fler uppgifter eller uppgifter på flera nivåer. För att det vill säga att individualisera så gott det går undervisningen i klassrummet. Och studier har visat att lärarna upplever det meningsfullt att jobba på det sättet. Så man har frågat lärare och de säger, ja visst, vi älskar det här arbetssättet, vi vill verkligen göra det. De anser lärarna själva, det här är såklart en subjektiv upplevelse, men de anser att de har tillräckligt hög kompetens. Man har tittat på lärare i USA, Korea och Israel. Och oberoende av kultur har de sagt att ja, vi klarar nog av att differentiera det här. Men det är ytterst ovanligt att de verkligen gör det här i verkligheten. Så de anser vara kompetenta, de förespråkar, de har inget emot arbetsformen. Men det kommer till verkligheten så är det alldeles för sällan, allt för sällan de använder det här differentieringen i klassrummet. Sen finns en annan sak, att jag har i den här grupperingen så har det varit ungefär 15-20 artiklar som har uttalat sig och diskuterat, framförallt diskuterat instruktioner i det heterogena, det vill säga blandade klassrummet. Men det var bara en studie som har undersökt effekterna av dessa instruktioner i verkligheten, det vill säga empiriskt. Vi har empiriskt underlag. Och i den studien som leddes av Reed 2004 så visade det sig att eleven som har fått dessa differentierade instruktioner, det var hennes elev, hon undervisade eleven. Och skillnaden i elevens glädje och prestationer var inte som lärarna förväntade sig. Och slutsatsen var att eleven som gick i årskurs 9 vid det här tillfället kan ha fått instruktionerna för sent i skolgången och har lärt sig att jobba på annat sätt. Så det är en studie alla som har undersökt det här empiriskt och det är mycket intressant. Så vad jag vill säga med det här är att de andra artiklarna rekommenderar saker och uttalar sig om arbetsformer som inte är empiriskt undersökta. Däremot diskuteras ofta i litteraturen. Sen har vi en mycket intressant tillägg till det här som kom faktiskt i somras. Vi träffade vår kära vän Rosa Leiken och hon har undersökt skillnaden mellan, man har frågat begåvade elever vad de tycker om och så har man kollat på elever som inte är särskilt begåvade. Om det finns några skillnader på deras uppfattning om lärarens prestationer och behandling. Och den visar sig att begåvade elever uppskattar om läraren har känsla för humor. Men det här var inte med i normalt eller vanligt presterade elevernas önskemål. Det var inte. Men begåvade elever uppskattar humor. Så var försiktiga nu. Skämta inte med alla i onödan. Så om jag inte skämtar så ska ni inte dra några slutsatser av det heller. Så. Det handlar om tiden. Jag försöker spara tid. Och så ska man uppmuntra dem till att agera självständigt. Så märk väl, begåvade elever uppskattar humor och vill agera självständigt. De andra gör inte det. Vilket gör såklart lite svårare det här att ha dem i samma klassrum under varje lektion. Eller att inte differentiera behandlingen. Så det här var som sagt elever i det heterogena klassrummet. Nu går vi vidare och nu kommer jag prata om något som det har visat sig ha goda effekter. Vi kallar det för acceleration. Acceleration betyder att man tar, alltså det här kommer efter identifieringen av eleven. Om man har identifierat en elev eller några som är särskilt begåvade i till exempel matematik, för nu det är det enda jag kan. Så jag kan inte prata om allmänt begåvade elever, eller som Roland som kan inte begåvade på allt, men andra ämnen vill jag inte uttala mig om. Så har man gjort så att man har tagit eleven från klassrummet under vissa tillfällen och låtit eleven läsa alltså matematik som är avsett för högre årskurser. Det vill säga med äldre elever. Sen har eleven kommit tillbaka till klassrummet. Så man har inte lämnat det ordinarie klassrummet och jämnåriga kamrater. Däremot han har läst kurser med andra. Så det här är acceleration, det kallar vi för acceleration. Varför förespråkar inspiration? För många studier visar att de blir uttråkade av repetition. Och de avskyr rutinuppgifter som är också en form av repetition. Och med tanke på hur våra läromedel ser ut, och det är inte bara svenska läromedel, de ser likadant ut i Singapore, i Finland, ute i stora världen. Repetitionen är inbyggd i läromedlet. Av förklarliga skäl. Eftersom det är vissa saker måste automatiseras, nu ska jag inte gå in på det, men vissa kunskaper måste automatiseras för att man ska kunna ägna sig åt problemlösning. Men de här gör det så mycket snabbare och så mycket mer distinkt, så de blir riktigt uttråkade över rutinuppgifter och repetition. Och det här är precis vad jag har sagt. Och det här har man sett att om jag har gått igenom 13 av 14 studier så visar sig att i den där som handlar om elever som gick i årskurs 7 till 12, det vill säga 7 till sista året på gymnasiet, så visar sig att om man betraktar eleverna som tidigt utvecklade, som på engelska precocious, så passar acceleration väl för dem. Så om man har tecken på att eleven är tidigt utvecklad. Och vi har starka, men jag ska inte gå händelsen i förväg. Men accelerationen ska vara frivillig. Det ska vara tidsbestämd. Det vill säga det ska inte hålla på i 5 eller 6 år. Eller 2 år. Och undervisningen ska möta eleven där eleven befinner sig. Så 3 viktiga faktorer. Frivillig, tidsbegränsad och med anpassad undervisning. Och där har vi sett att det här ger utmärkta resultat. Att ta dem i klassrummet får det. Och då kan man fråga sig, eftersom nu har jag pratat om det här. Bör de betraktas som tidigt utvecklade? Och det har visat sig att i tidiga åldrar, vi har en väldigt stark studie här. Man har undersökt 705 elever. Det är stora tal. Och där man har jämfört 9-åringar som har uppfattats som särskilt begåvade i matematik. Och man har jämfört dem med medelpresterande 13-åringar. Uppgifterna var utformade för de 9-åringarna. Så uppgifterna var skräddarsydda för de begåvade eleverna. Och så man jämför deras prestationer med normalpresterande 13-åringar. Och det som överraskade här lite grann, det är att det var ingen skillnad mellan 9-åringars prestationer och 13-åringars prestationer. Men vi får inte glömma att det var stora, alltså det här är stora tal, det var många elever. Jag tror att de här riktiga särbegåvningarna skulle prestera annorlunda. Men nu hänvisar jag till studier. Jag försöker inte. Det är mycket intressant studie. Så det fanns inga kvalitativa skillnader. Men jag är övertygad att en och annan bland de här 9-åringarna har överraskat forskarna med sina lösningar. Då går vi vidare. Så, det enda ni behöver komma ihåg om det här, men jag kommer att repetera det på slutet. Så. Jag kommer att återkomma. Nivågruppering. Här är något som är vanligt förekommande i svensk skola. Vi nivågrupperar elever efter prestationer. Oftast är det 3 grupper man pratar om. Och det här praktiken har man länge haft i England. Där har man också 3 olika. Men där har man delat in eleverna efter prestationer tidigt och haft dem i alla ämnen. Men det här är nivågruppering, att man gör ungefär 3 grupper beroende på vilken nivå eleverna presterar. Det vill säga inte hur begåvade de är, hur väl de presterar i ämnet. Vi har sett idag att det är inte samma sak. Jag kommer återkomma till det också. Prestationshomogena grupper bildas. Men för att de matematiskt begåvade elever ska tycka om det här arbetsformen, då måste uppgiften vara utmanande. Så det får inte vara snabbare tempo bara och mer matematik. Det ska vara utmanande uppgifter. Och så ska man undvika att ha dem med så kallade, inom citationstecken då, typiskt högpresterande elever. Studier har visat att särbegåvade ser matematiken på ett annat sätt. Och de retar sig efter ett tag på de som är konformister och bara gör som fröken säger. Och bara försöker lösa uppgiften. Så det har lett till konflikter i de här nivågrupperingarna. Så man ska försöka ha särbegåvade för sig. I 80% av studierna har det här gett bättre resultat. Och jag kommer att förklara varför. Eftersom eleverna knyter det som är så viktigt i det här åldern. De knyter sociala band. Jag kommer att betona det här. Just hur viktigt i det här åldern är för dessa elever att tillhöra en grupp. Att tillhöra. Vi kommer att se effekterna. De tragiska effekterna av deras önskan att tillhöra gruppen. Men här kan de knyta sociala band. De trivs helt enkelt. Och utmanas av de som är på samma nivå som de är. De har inget emot att jobba snabbt. Och snabbt för dem betyder ofta att de löser i egen takt. De vill göra det snabbt och så ska det gå. Det ska vara utmanande och de får jobba i sin egen takt. Och man har också trott att kanske det akademiska självkänslan, det vill säga att de kanske kommer att tro att oj, nu är alla lika smarta som jag och det här kommer att leda till att jag kommer att uppfattas som mindre begåvad i den här gruppen. Men det går också över. Vi har studier på det här på elever som har börjat i sådana här. Vi vet redan att i Sverige är gymnasievalet redan en nivågruppering. Och så i många andra länder. Och man har sett, Preckel har tittat på österrikiska elever och visat att, jag kommer återkomma till det också, att i början så är det såklart de är oroliga att det kommer en klass med högpresterare. Men det är skillnad mellan högpresterare och särskilt begåvade. Och de särskilt begåvade, efter ett tag så lär de sig hantera situationen. Så det här oron går över. Elisabeth, hur mycket tid har jag? Till klockslaget? Alltså tiden vet jag, det är 45 minuter. Men 20 över. Okej, tack. Jag kommer att... Och så fortsätter vi på det här. Det har också visats att till många avseenden dessa nivågrupperingar till flickornas fördel. Däremot, och nu vill jag att ni läser, om ni läser där så, det står högpresterande elever. Så det här, jag var emot att ta upp det här, men jag har fått mycket bra förklaring till varför jag borde prata om det här. Och varför det här föreläsningen baseras på en artikel som är på gång att presentera snart i en tidskrift. Och om vi tittar på högpresterare så framförallt flickors självförtroende påverkas negativt av långvariga nivågrupperingar. Inte särbegåvade men högpresterare. Och här pratar jag om långvariga nivågrupperingar. Att under flera år gå i en klass där alla förväntar sig att man ska göra något. Och när man har intervjuat dem så visar sig att det enda de har gjort är att de har läst snabbare. Det vill säga att de har fått mindre tid på att läsa ämnet. Så det är stor skillnad med det jag sa jämfört med det jag sa innan. Att frivillig, tidsbegränsad och utmanande gruppering som vi kallar för acceleration. Så man ska se upp med det. Vi har starka resultat. Preckel, det är hon som har genomfört studien i Österrike, och Bowler, hon har länge tittat på förhållanden i England. Nu ska vi se. Vad tycker de om olika arbetssätt? På vackert språk heter det kooperativt arbete i heterogena grupper. Det betyder grupparbete i vanliga klassrum. Ja. Men, om jag inte skriver så här så kommer någon att säga men vad då grupparbete, vad då vanliga klassrum. Men nu förstår ni vad jag menar. Och här har vi sett att det här ger inga positiva på särbegåvade elever. De trivs inte med det här. Grupparbete, det vill säga att man blir slumpmässigt indelad i grupper. Det här är vanligt förekommande arbetsform i svensk skola. Nu har ni grupparbete, ni jobbar där och ni jobbar här, och så tar man efter alfabetet eller så lottar man dem i grupper. Det är svårt att ge differentierade instruktioner i det här. Och ni kan tänka er en särbegåvad, en begåvad elev sitter här och så ska vänta tills de andra förstår uppgiften och han eller hon kanske har redan lösningen. Då ska vänta ut de andra. Och de här eleverna är oftast väldigt uppriktiga, det vet jag av egen erfarenhet. Efter ett tag så kommer de att säga att nu är jag trött på er. Och vem har gjort arbetet? Och hur ska vi fördela betyget? Så det är väldigt problematiskt. De trivs inte med den här arbetsformen. Och de får inga utmaningar. Utan de upplever att de väntar och blir uttråkade. Och sen kommer rättvisekänslan också. De upplever det orättvist att jobba på det sättet. Men om uppgifterna är tillräckligt utmanande så kan de vara själva i homogena grupperingar. Jag har antytt det här lite grann med accelerationen. Det är ungefär samma, lite repetition här. Det var kära vän Carmela Dietzman som har tittat på det i Australien. Och hon understryker att uppgifterna måste vara utmanande. Inga rutinuppgifter, jobba på. Och är det så här heterogena grupper som är indelade efter namn eller lottade så kommer de att föredra att arbeta själva. De kommer att isolera sig från gruppen. Det har vi också sett. Men nu ska vi se. Nu ska jag prata lite grann om motivation och kognitiva faktorer. Som ni märker så är det här ett forskningsöversikt. Alltså jag försöker undvika de här riktigt genuina berättelserna. En och annan kommer jag dra snart, men inte för många. Jag försöker mata er med slutsatser. Det visar sig att de här som är begåvade, och när ni ser begåvade så är matematiskt begåvade, tänker på. De är mer motiverade, det har vi sett idag, så det här är inget nytt. De är mindre ängsliga inför ämnet. De vet själva att de är duktiga. Så det är inte så att de inte är medvetna om det här. De vet om det. När det gäller bra så är de medvetna om de själva som har gjort ett bra jobb. De ser inte riktigt omgivningen, miljön, som att miljön eller läraren eller någon ska hjälpa dem till att uppnå goda resultat. De upplever att det är själva, och de upplever heller inte att de anstränger sig mycket. Men det här är likadant när det inte går bra för dem heller. För då ser man att det var inte läraren, det var inte konstellationen, det var inte miljön som har gjort att jag inte löste det här. Och det var absolut inte mina egna förmågor, utan det var kanske jag skulle arbeta lite mer, kan de säga. Men det är sällan de tvivlar på sina förmågor. Och här hinner jag berätta något intressant. Det också visar sig att kontakten med experter kan vara avgörande för eleverna. En väldigt kort parentes kommer jag öppna och stänga snart. Det handlar om en mycket intressant situation som uppstod i Budapest på 1960-talet. Enligt sovjetisk modell så har de fått direktiv att nu får ni starta en klass för matematiskt begåvade elever. Och läraren som har fått det här uppdraget i god kommunistisk anda kom i maj och skolan skulle starta i slutet av augusti. Han fick panik. Det han har gjort, han har börjat titta på alla matematiska tävlingar som har genomförts i den staden det senaste året och börjat kolla på vilka elever som har placerat sig väl på de här tävlingarna. Och så lyfte han telefonen och började ringa hem till dem. Och så försökte övertala eleverna att de ska börja i en skola som var ny. Skolan var inte nystartad, men klassen ska vara nystartad och skolan var en så här skola där lärarstudenter praktiserade. Så skolan hade inget gott rykte och situationen var ytterst problematisk. För att göra en lång historia kort. Till slut så hittade han 32 elever. Som sa okej, vi kan väl börja där. Vi chansar. Och föräldrarna gick med på det. De ska börja gymnasiet. Och när eleverna kom så insåg de att 10-12 hörde inte hemma i det här klassen. De var helt enkelt högpresterade med inget mer. Men det fanns en kärna av 12-15 elever som det syntes på dem. De har intervjuat såklart att det var lite annat där. Och väldigt tidigt insåg det läraren att han kunde inte tillföra mycket till den gruppen när det gäller matematik. vad de gjorde då, att läromedlen var inte heller så bra. Så man har helt enkelt inrättat särskilda regler för det här klassen. För man kunde inte differentiera halva klassen så hela klassen. De fick komma till skolan om de ville. De kom undan om de rökte överallt. De kunde skolka i stort sett och kom undan med det. För de var livrädda att om den här klassen misslyckas så ska ryktet gå, de kan aldrig mer starta den klassen. Och sen har man tagit hjälp av universitetet. Universitetet var inte långt och det fanns ett samarbete mellan skolan och universitetet eftersom de hade lärare som praktiserade, alltså lärarstudenter. Och de här eleverna får träffa riktigt goda matematiker. Nu är alla inte matematiklärare så jag ska inte hålla på med namedropping, med Paul Erdős träffade dem, George Poya träffade dem eftersom de reste på den tiden. Och 5 stycken av de här blev världsberömda matematiker. En har fått Fields-priset, någon annan har fått Abel-priset. I samma klass. Och när man frågar läraren vad har vi gjort? Vi har inte gjort någonting. De har lärt sig av varandra. Vi har bara skapat miljön för dem. Så det var en intressant historia. Sen det här skolan har visat sig att det är en skola som har tagit flest guldmedaljer i matematikolympiader efter det. Men internationella som Roland hade en bild på. Men de har aldrig kunnat upprepa det här. Enorma prestationer. 5 världsberömda av dem. 4 killar och 2 tjejer. 2 gifte sig med varandra sen då. Så mycket intressant historia. Lärare insåg sin begränsning och det enda de gjorde, de inspirerade eleverna och gav dem frihet. Så. Det är en känd, i matematikdidaktiska kretsar pratar man ofta om det här situationen. Så, nu går vi vidare till kamraters uppfattning och deras självuppfattning. Det visar sig att när de är just matematiskt begåvade som uppfattas som mer intelligenta och samvetsgranna. Men de är inte lika populära och uppfattas inte som lika sällskapliga som elever som begår språk eller idrott. Så matematisk och naturvetenskaplig begåvning hamnar längre ner på listan. På popularitetslistan. Och nu kommer det som är riktigt tragiskt här. De upplever själva det socialt handikapp att vara begåvad i matematik eller natur. Och de försöker minimalisera effekterna av sin begåvning. Det vill säga, de spelar och beter sig på ett sätt som får dem att uppfattas som dummare, mindre begåvade än vad de är. Vi har exempel på en elev här i Sverige som ni har kanske hört talas om, som har i årskurs 2 var det Axel, som blev hund. Han fick inte svar på sina frågor, fröken försökte sätta honom på plats och i årskurs 2 eller 3 blev han hund. Han slutade kommunicera, han skällde som svar på frågor och betedde sig allmänt som en hund. Och först när Eva Pettersson, som tyvärr inte är här, men eminent forskare, hon var den första av oss som disputerade i just begåvade elever på fallstudier såklart. Hon har följt eleven och det som hände att när han blev identifierad och han har förstått att läraren förstår att jag är duktig. För innan så var han bara straffad och marginaliserad. Då förvandlades han till en normal pojke igen och började prestera i nivå med hans begåvning. Så det här är allvarligt att jag försöker reducera och stympa. Och de är hårt i skolan, intresserade, men vi vet också att de kan vara besvärliga. Som lärare så är det inte så jätteroligt att ha en sån elev i klassrummet som aldrig släpper en fråga, som kommer ihåg varje gång man har sagt fel och påminner en om det också. Det är inte bara de kommer ihåg, de påminner. Så i september sa du att det var minus 100 och jag fick plus 8. Jag vet, men släpp det nu. Och sen nästa vecka, jo men i september sa du det. Eller jag minns när du sa så, jag vet inte om jag kan lita på dig. Men de jobbar hårt. Så det var svälja där och låtsas. Ja visst, ja, så gjorde jag. Ja, visst. Ja. Och trivs bäst i homogena grupper såklart, det har jag redan sagt. Nu ska jag beröra ett ämne som Ralf har redan berört, men jag kommer inte att referera till honom eftersom jag tittar på andra saker och så slipper vi överlappa varandra här. När det gäller motivation, egen uppfattning om begåvning, kamraters uppfattning och deras attityd till kooperativa arbetssätt, det vill säga grupparbete i vanliga klassrum, så finns inga skillnader där. Varken tjejer eller killar, begåvade tjejer eller killar, vill jobba med sådana som inte på deras nivå, i grupp. Ingen har kunnat påvisa medfödda skillnader i begåvning mellan flickor och pojkar. Men vissa saker finns skillnader på. Pojkarna är ofta mer tävlingsinriktade. Och det har visat Ralf också. De är mer tävlingsinriktade. Flickor anstränger sig på gymnasiet, märk väl, på gymnasiet anstränger de mer. Tidigare, precis som Ralf påpekade, de är följsamma, lugnare, försöker göra rätt, tänka mer. Men på gymnasiet så medger de att de anstränger sig mer. Men det här är riktigt tragiskt. De avbryter avancerade studier på grund av självkänslan och så väljer de mindre krävande kurser. Och det här har ytterst tråkiga effekter. Framförallt på samhället och på det individuella planet som är personlig tragedi att inte utvecklas i sin egen potential. Men skillnaderna kan vara kulturellt betingade. Freeman visade att flickor i England var mer benägna att välja begåvade matematikintensiva utbildningar jämfört med flickor i USA. Och förklaringen var att USA dominerar med det här stereotypa uppfattningen av hur pojkar och tjejer ska vara. Medan i England har man haft en mer inte egalitär passar inte så mer en annan, man har uppmuntrat tjejer mer. Och sen kommer något intressant här. Statler har testat något mycket intressant. Hon har hittat elever som var begåvade. Det var i årskurs 6 elever. Både flickor och pojkar. Och så har man försökt ha dem i undervisning. Och hon såg att det var inte riktigt som hon har tänkt sig. Så efter ett tag så särskilde de grupperna. Det vill säga gjorde en tjejgrupp och en pojkgrupp av årskurs 6 elever. De är 12 år tror jag. Och effekterna var intressanta. Flickorna börjar prestera mycket bättre än pojkarna i könshomogena grupper i matematik. Det här var intressant. Enligt hennes egen utsago så när grupperna bildades så kom eleverna i klassrummet och första lektionen sa tjejerna det är något som är konstigt här. Och sa läraren, vad är det som är konstigt? Var är killarna? Ja, de har bildat en egen grupp. Medan killarna kom i klassrummet hade lektion efter lektion efter lektion. Och sen sa läraren efter ett tag, märker ni något som är konstigt med gruppen? Nej, och så fortsatte de. Men efter ett tag sa hon, men märker inte att det finns inga tjejer i den här gruppen? Jaha, och så fortsatte. Det har hänt, men det kan också bero på åldern. De var 12-åringar, så det kanske har helt enkelt biologiska eller andra förklaringar. Men så var det. Bortsett från det så visar sig att flickorna börjar arbeta mer tävlingsinriktat i den här gruppen. Så plötsligt var de inte lika oroliga för att jobba tävlingsinriktat. Och det var ingen skillnad, varken på prestation eller motivationspojkarna. Så det var intressant. Så och sen efter det här som man börjar titta på, i Australien har man fortfarande klassrum som är könssegregerade på vissa skolor. Och man har ju sett att det här resultaten har bekräftats av deras antagande också. Men där har man inte gjort så att man har grupperat dem efter både begåvning och kön. Utan man har bara tittat på allmänt. Nu ska jag titta på problemlösning. Eftersom matematik är läran om mönster, men så gäller egentligen, om man skulle sammanfatta vad matematikundervisningen bör fokusera på, det är att lära elever tänka rätt, kritiskt och upptäcka mönster. Och framförallt få dem att förstå att ibland finns det mönster i vår tillvaro där det inte finns någon mening bakom. Och där är matematiken en utmärkt redskap. Men problemlösning är en stor del av matematiken. Och här har man sett att just när de använder sitt matematiska minne, det vill säga matematiskt minne är ett sorts generaliserande minne. Det här är mitt forskningsområde som kan jag lite mer om. När man har löst tillräckligt många uppgifter så börjar man förstå hur man ska angripa en viss uppgift. Man har låtit Krotetsky gjort en mycket intressant studie i det här och det var han som upptäckte det här som kallas för matematiskt minne. Så det är inte det här mekaniska minnet som när vi kommer ihåg telefonnummer eller namn eller koder eller formler, utan det är till exempel man har gett en uppgift som handlar om några fiskar som var en svår uppgift och man har gett till elever. Och vissa elever löste uppgiften men andra kunde inte lösa eftersom uppgiften var svår. Och de som löste det, sen har man gett en uppgift som kunde lösas med liknande metoder efter ett halvt år. Och då hände något intressant. De eleverna som var matematiskt begåvade, de sa så här, jaha, ja, men jag vet hur man löser uppgiften. Och så löste de det. Så frågade de, har du sett den uppgiften förut? Jag är inte säker, sa de. Jag är inte säker på om jag har sett det, men jag vet hur man löser det. De andra eleverna som inte löste det förra gången, de hade svårigheter även ett halvt år senare. Men de kom ihåg intressanta saker. De kom ihåg vad fiskarna vägde. De kom ihåg hur många fiskar fanns i uppgiften. Det vill säga saker som inte var relevanta. Så det var inget fel på deras minne. Men det var inte ett generaliserande minne. Nu är det 6 minuter. Vi har sett att de presterar och de här vill veta varför istället för hur man gör saker. Det ska ha djup och mindre bredd. Det här är intressant. Och använder färre kognitiva strategier. Expertis medför en viss rigiditet i tänkandet. Blir man bra på något så löser man uppgifter inom området snabbare. Men man kanske missar små detaljer och det här uppvisas också av dessa elever. Det finns en helt annan hjärnforskning som har visat intressanta resultat. Det här är intressant för oss. Är de högpresterande i matematik? Oftast är de det. Oftast. Men det kan ändras under livstiden. Det vill säga att de som har uppfattats som begåvade men kanske inte presterat väl kan börja prestera väl efter ett tag. Tyvärr så oftast tvärtom att de blir underpresterade. Men det också händer motsatt att eleverna inte uppvisar några tecken på matematisk begåvning av någon anledning. Kanske han eller hon inte känt sig hemma, kanske varit hemma, kanske det jag nämnde innan för 5 minuter sedan. Att de har reducerat effekter av sin begåvning i interaktionen med kamraterna. De kanske inte ville utsätta sig för det här. Så det kan ändras under individens livsstil. Men det här är en avgörande skillnad. Typiskt högpresterare, plikttrogna, så kallade konformister. De gör som fröken säger. Men, följsamma är de, det är vad det heter. Men de är inte flexibla när det gäller problemlösning. De ser inte och de kan inte komma på lösningar som inte har sett förut. Medan matematiskt begåvade individer är flexibla, fantastiska problemlösare. Men individualister som tänker utanför boxen. Och det här har jag sagt att de underpresterar. Det här är ett stort problem. Nu har jag 5 minuter och jag tror jag kommer ta 3 minuter för det. Fast ni får inte gå än, det blir så här panel. Eller? Ja, okej. Nu kommer sammanfattningen. Repetition. Acceleration fungerar väl och nivågruppering om den är frivillig och tidsbestämd. Och om innehåll och undervisning. Innehåll, nu ska jag bara för de som är matematiklärare, men det har visat sig att relativt nya matematiska områden som kombinatorik som utvecklas under 40, 50, 60-talet, grafteori utvecklades 50-60-talet, sent utvecklade områden, är väldigt lämpliga. Det är mycket lämpliga för dessa elever. Så området ska vara rätt. Det ska för mycket algebra. Vi vet som är matematiklärare att algebra är tråkigt. Det är bara bokstäver. Och kan man lösa något och knäcka koden så finns inga utmaningar där. Det här är sorgligt. Men det är många studier som visar det här. Och dagens Roland vittnar om det här. Marianne vittnar om det här. Margaret har nämnt det här. Jag har tyvärr inte hört Nike på morgonen, men jag tror att ni kanske också sagt det. Det här är jättetråkigt och sorgligt. Att de minimaliserar effekten av sin begåvning. Vi får inte glömma att det är skillnad mellan dem. Det vill säga högpresterare, ja, det är jättebra. Men de kommer inte lösa de riktigt stora problemen som har kanske samhällsnytta. Flickor anstränger sig mer, har visat sig. Mer ängsliga och presterar bättre i könshomogena grupper. Det här är sista sidan. Det här är inget enkelt problem. Jag tror att det har ni förstått nu. Det har varit så många timmar här idag. Så. Men ni får heller inte glömma att identifieringsinstrumenten är trubbiga. Vi har inte exakta instrument. Vi kan titta på IQ, vi kan lyssna på vad läraren säger. Vi kan absolut intervjua föräldrarna och titta på elever. Men det är trubbiga instrument. Och vi vet heller inte vad leder till vad. Men jag tror att många kommer att förbli oidentifierade. Vi måste verkligen anstränga oss här och göra vårt bästa. Undvika påtvingade grupperingar. Man kan inte säga att ni får gå i den här gruppen i hela året. De är framförallt elever, de är individer. De är inte robotar som löser uppgifter. Det finns heller inte, jag har nu gått igenom allt som har skrivit i 2014 och så har jag tagit med lite senare studier också. Jag har inte hittat någon modell som passar alla. Vi tror, som jag nämnt, acceleration, det vill säga, men det som var contentet, det som var kärnan där, att de är sedda och att man anpassar något till dem. Och låter dem vara i sitt sociala sammanhang också, växa det också. Det här har jag inte nämnt. Det var en fråga här på förmiddag eller efter lunch, allting flyter ihop. De ska helst undervisas av utmärkta lärare. Man har sett att när läraren inte är på den nivån att kan utmana eleverna så uppstår väldigt tråkiga situationer. Och framförallt eleven tappar förtroendet för läraren och kommer att påminna honom eller henne om det hela tiden. Men, mina sista ord. Ömsesidig respekt och personlig tillfredsställelse. Man ska se dem. Det finns inga patentlösningar. Men de måste uppleva att de får ut något av det här. Får de inte ut något så ska man inte göra någonting. Men se dem och respektera dem för vad de är. Så, tack.
Tack Attila. Och nu skulle jag vilja att, sorry I maybe say this in English, Marianne, Margaret, Ralf, Roland, Nike and Christian and Attila. Will you please sit here? And I will test if does it work to talk like this? Yeah, you hear me? Good. So I will actually cut this 16:55, and I think you all noticed that I actually hold the times. So I have David and Sofia is going to pick up your questions.
Ska vi byta istället för
Okay. Yeah, okay. So we change. And either you direct the question to someone special, or they choose I want this question, and or I give the question to some of them. And David and Sophia are in charge of... yes, and you will have to ask the question in English so they all understand.
Okay. To the first speakers, Nika and her father, I think, if I see it right. I wondered, when you were listening today now to the other presentations, when you talked, you got the questions, well, what should a teacher have been doing, or what help should you have gotten, or how would it have been better in school? And I wonder, did you get any new ideas today, or did you get any, oh, this was really what would have been good for me, or something like that? Am I clear enough?
The sound is not really so good from the microphone. Now, could you repeat the question?
I can repeat, it's very loud here, but is it better like this?
I would swap microphones. Yeah, we change microphones. I think it's better. Yeah, okay, the question, I think.
Well, I will try once more and then you can hear. In the beginning you got a question about what would have been good for you during school, or for you as a parent, or how would it have been better. And now we had different perspectives here from these speakers today, and I just wondered if there was anything which you recognized or which you thought of, well, that would really have been helpful. You were in a school tradition 10 years ago, 15 years ago when you started. Things have changed, so is there anything you would say that was really good?
Well, as a father, has been many moments when I've been thinking, I wish I knew this, like 15 years ago, 20 years ago. And still there are other things that I feel that we said early on that just then came back, but with a scientific approach. So in the sense that there are no easy conclusions, there are no straight answers, but that you have to be, as we said early on, really curious and interested, and to seek answers more than thinking that you have them already.
One of the things that makes me the most happy about today is when people approach me and they tell me about all these networks and all of these programs that are there to help children. And when I hear about the Matteklubb, and things like that, I wish I had that when I was a child. I wish I had that I had a network, or that I could, like, somewhere to meet people just like me, because I said, when I looked at this curve and you see, oh, this percentage is especially gifted and blah, blah, blah. And I said, oh, so they're all here, because I met more people today that have these experiences than I have during 20 years or something like that. So I'm just happy that everyone's spreading the word, basically. Tack.
Hello, my name is Marie, and I'm with the GCP program for Mensa. And my question is directed, I'll stand up. My question is directed for Attila. In one of your slides, we saw a differentiation between gifted students and mathematically creative students. And I wonder if the creative students are a subgroup of the gifted students.
Yes, I had that because I want to be very accurate when I tell you about the research results. I didn't want to hide anything, but I think that creativity is a component of giftedness. We really didn't see it the other way around. I think it's a component, but I don't really think that giftedness is a component of creativity, because we can see many creative people. You can just swap a receipt, you can recipe, you can just do things differently and be so-called creative, which really doesn't mean you're gifted. Or one is gifted, but we have it's not enough research on this, mainly because creativity is a very difficult to define. To have a proper definition for creativity, we had some paper for 5-10 years ago which found more than 100 definitions for creativity. But it's a growing and a hard coming. It's really coming in the area of giftedness in mathematics. We have researchers from Cyprus. They look at this in Israel and Germany. So I think we will. And
Marianne wants to add also.
Yes. So I stop there.
I think this is really a hard question, but it reminds me on a report I've heard from Sternberg from the USA, and he makes a differentiation between different types of being gifted. He says there are persons who are very creative, and on the other side there are persons who are analyzing everything. And when I think about the work with our students at primary level, we see children who are they have so many ideas about a problem, but for some of these children it's very hard to follow a certain idea. And the other students, they use an analytical approach, and they analyze everything and they follow this straight idea. And what Sternberg says, that it is important to educate the children different. The student who is very creative, he has to learn from the student who is used to analyze everything. But I have to agree, there's not so much research about it. Yeah.
Hello, I'm from Mensa too, and sort of GCP. I'm thinking quite a lot about focusing on maths. Today it's been almost only about mathematics. And I suppose it's because the research about giftedness is mostly about mathematics so far. Do you know how it is with research about giftedness within language or art or music and such? Because giftedness is such a big thing. It's very, very wide definition. So it's so much more than mathematics. Does anybody know?
Could you repeat the question?
How about research within giftedness within other areas than mathematics? Do you know anything about that? Because this day has only been focusing on mathematics.
There's so much research on this, on everything. You can be a gifted surgeon, you can be a gifted golf player, you can be a gifted wrestler, you can be a gifted swimmer, you can be a gifted anything. But it's divided into different schools of thought. The latest school of thought is expertise, and they have studied everything. However, they have a problem because they deny a genetic component. Well, I deny them. They are very wrong, and so does Sternberg agrees with me. He thinks they're insane. I mean, they have done some marvelous research, though. We know a lot about what it is, how to develop a certain gift, a certain talent, a certain ability. They've done great research. It's when it comes to causality they have a problem. But as you said, there are other research too. I mean, every conceivable kind of ability or talent probably has some kind of research, but in different schools of thought. So you've heard about didactics today, mathematics education. Yeah. There is so much other research on creativity, on giftedness.
So maybe it will be more.
I mean, I think there was a certain bias toward mathematics in this conference.
But the problem is that most people think that when you talk about giftedness, it is about mathematics. And we are so many multiple talented people who are really intelligent, but we are maybe not very good at mathematics.
Well,
and we are not really identified in school.
Allow me to give you the classical example. Albert Einstein. I mean, when you talk to whoever, and they, oh, Einstein, yes, he was a physicist, a mathematician, and he was good at music. Well, he wasn't. There are recordings of him playing the viola, and it's horrible. And vice versa, you have wonderful musicians, world-famous ones, who are not very good at maths. The two do not follow together. I mean, and there are some who actually are quite good at both. But one does not equal the other. And the variety is enormous. And I mean, it only shows goes to say that giftedness comes in all shapes and sizes. There is no standardized form. And I think that's a very important conclusion for a teacher. You can't expect this is what a gifted person is. It can be, well, it's high achieving in various ways and does things in an extreme way, but children are different, and they will. You can't standardize. It's very difficult. Yes.
I have to say, Elizabeth emailed me last week, and we were talking about the fact I would meet with some teachers and they would share their projects which are about mathematics. And she said it was early years, but I still had that, oh my goodness, no, because I don't know if I'm the only non-mathematician sitting here, but I will hold my hand up and say that is not my area of strength. Oh, two of us, good roll. It just isn't. This was the person that would come and talk about the maths bit as we sat and spoke with the teachers. But I know what I do know, which is and was, and we ended up talking about, I'm pointing there because some of them are there, we ended up talking about holistic development, because we were talking about, it's true for any age, but we ended up talking about holistic development. We ended up talking about skills and abilities and things that you would engender in children that they would then take into whatever subject area they were showing propensity at. And I think your question is an interesting one. Certainly in Scotland, we've got a big thing on just now trying to get maths to be enjoyed. Parents will say, and think it's okay to say, oh, he's not very good at maths, but I'm not good at maths either, and that it's okay not to be good at mathematics. So in my country, mathematics doesn't get terribly good kind of press. Now, I'm not good at it, but I know it's really important. My husband's an accountant. He's told me it's really important. He looks after my money as well. But why have a dog and bark yourself, as the saying goes. But I suppose in one sense, one of the things I actually said to Elizabeth was, well, as long as Attila doesn't make me want to have to like maths and really love it, and I appreciate it and I value it greatly, but it's not my area of strength, and that's okay, because I've got him here. Doesn't need to be my area of strength. Do you see what I mean? So I think there is, and that's what I was meaning about young children finding out that propensity. Where is it? What is it that you love? Now, it might be everything for some children, but it might be certain things for other children. And I think for me, we need to be that kind of looking that wide way. But maths is also an easy one when they come in, able to do quite complex mathematical ideas. But it's not always, maths also is much more than calculation, and I think we do forget that. Maths is a fascinating subject area and very creative, actually, too, and people think it's not, and yet I think it is.
Not school mathematics.
Yeah. Well, school mathematics can be creative, depending on how we do it. Maybe.
I might add something there also. It's in the context Sweden, giftedness and mathematics is quite connected, and I think it's since Attila, me, Linda and Eva are children of Inger Wistedt, who was a math didactic professor, who got us interested and into giftedness, and we tried to raise our voice together with Roland. And also we have also a special pedagogic professor in Stockholm, Mara Alodi Westling. Yes, that's so. We hope that we will have more subjects also into Sweden, but outside Sweden the research on giftedness is huge, and it's mostly the field of the psychologists. It's correct, isn't it? Maybe I said something incorrect there. It depends on the country, yeah.
Okay. Hello, my name is Richard, and I'm working in secondary school, but today my focus is on all ages. And my question is about gender differences in the early ages. Because what I understood from particularly you, Ralf, was that the research was focused on a little bit older kids, like, well, from... I didn't really get it, but not the very small ones. But from what age can we expect obvious gender differences? And, well, are they visible when they start school, age 6, 7?
So I think we have to take into account your answer too, okay? Yeah. So, I have to answer with a view in my biographical history. When I started my studies in this field of gender differences, let's call it so, in mathematics and mathematical giftedness, it was not sure from the scientific point of view that a phenomenon like giftedness can be observed with younger children than the 3rd grade. So if you look into literature from the second half of the 1990s, like my doctor father, Friedhelm Kepnick, you can find that it makes not sense before the 3rd grade to look at mathematical giftedness. So I guess that it is not, I cannot really answer the question because I didn't concentrate on such groups, and I believe that is a big desideratum in research right now. But I suppose that we could emphasize some findings from, for instance, developmental psychology or something that might give us hints, and that was why I looked at you, Margaret, because I think that you know better about these things than I do. Am I right? Or?
I don't know about better.
Yeah, maybe.
I haven't done a huge amount of work in gender, but I certainly know people who have in relation to early years. And we have certainly, I have a colleague who's questioned a lot how our curriculum is structured, the activities we ask young children, and this is just general, this is not particularly about gifted, but clearly obviously applies to gifted, or to children at least showing propensity towards doing something, and whether in fact the way activities are structured, the kinds of things we offer young children tend to kind of push them into gender roles. I don't know if I pronounced this name correctly. Is it Len Taguchi? That's the second. Yes, has done a lot of work in gender. In fact, at one point, I think was trying to degenderize. Now, I'm not quite sure I'd go that far, but I think she was working on trying to degenderize early years. But I do worry, I wouldn't go that far, but I do worry that we make, who do I mean by we, not sure, people, say things like, oh, boys learn like this and girls learn like that. Well, in my experience, not all boys learn like that and not all girls learn like that. So I think we have to be quite careful about things that we say about gender. And I think certainly in Scotland, and I'm going to guess just looking around here, predominantly the teaching profession is female, and that I think we also have to take into consideration too.
Can I say something? Well, whenever gender comes sort of on the table, I get a bit jittery. It's very political and it's very interesting. I mean, there is such, we have to differentiate what we mean by gender. I mean, there is such a thing as biological gender, and there is such a thing as psychological gender, and they don't necessarily correspond. And we talk about mathematical giftedness, that requires that you have a visuospatial ability, which is well developed. I mean, you can turn maps and cogs and whatever in your head. And girls who are androgynous and boys who are androgynous, that means they are sort of in between both psychological sexes or genders. They are the artists, they are the visuospatial experts. They do things like these. They would be the mathematicians. And you have in Germany, at Tübingen, I forgot her name now, there is a wonderful researcher who has done research on this since the 1990s, Hassler. So when we speak about gender and abilities in mathematics and any kind of art and music, we have to consider the psychological gender, which is a different thing from the biological gender.
Another question?
Now we're in discussion. So I agree absolutely to everything you said about sex. Let's call it sex and gender. Okay. And the other thing is, as to the criteria of mathematical giftedness, as far as I know, we don't implement questions of the special recognition into it. For instance, we got a doctoral thesis 2 years ago in Münster, which was supervised by Friedhelm Kepnick too, which in accordance with, for instance, Krotetsky, underlined the significance of special recognition as something like a support trait of mathematical giftedness. So it's advantageous, but it's not necessary. Yeah, and there is a strong confirmation of it by an interview study we conducted, or Friedhelm Kepnick and Nina Berlinger, that was the author of this doctoral thesis, conducted with professional mathematicians, so with mathematic professors, males and females from the University of Münster, which has a strong mathematical department, yeah, they could reconstruct it, that this special spatial, yeah, so spatial, thank you, is not that important. But they reflected another thing that is not taken into account with younger children, like abilities of imagination, like building an inner representation of the mathematical problem you're working with, and then an internal form of building and rebuilding it. So maybe this is a parallelism to it, maybe.
Hi, Angelica again from Gothenburg, Math and Science 9th grade. How do you become gifted? How do you become gifted? You, Margareta, mentioned that a pre-birth program, and Roland, you say it's nothing have to do, it's not full with the genes and it's not full with the environment. So how do you become gifted?
He said 50-50, or 52-48 actually, I think. If you,
yeah.
Yeah, it's an impossible question.
Okay.
The answer is impossible.
But Margareta, pre-birth program. It was about nutrition.
Oh, the pre-birth. That's right. Take your fish oil, you'll be fine. Yeah. Well, of course, there are people who would say it's a social construct anyway, and it doesn't exist, this idea of giftedness. Just to throw that into the mix as well. I'm not saying I'm saying that, I'm just saying that is said, okay? So I suppose the traditional view would be, I think genetics play a part, but I suppose one of the issues is how big a part in relation to environment, perhaps. She says, looking at Roland, and she'll just pass the microphone over now.
We know quite a lot. We know a lot about that. There is, the age-old question of nature or nurture has been resolved. That doesn't mean we know everything, but there is a component always of nature and nurture, genetics and learning and environment. But this differs between people and between different types of abilities. So again, we can't standardize, but quite a few of the most common and known abilities have been calculated from twin studies. And we know, there is nothing to say, no one can say anymore that this is only learning. It is always a piece of genetics and environment, obviously. So the two go together, but differently and in different people. It's quite complex. But yeah, it is.
Sometimes I end up saying, in one sense, does it matter? And I'm coming at this from the angle of being an educator and a teacher in a classroom with children in front of me. And I see my role as one of helping and supporting these children's learning, whatever they bring to me in my classroom. A label would not be my starting point, regardless of what label we're talking about, whether it's giftedness or whatever. And I would be saying, how do I meet the needs of that child? And how do I ensure that I'm challenging their learning, regardless of what they present me with?
I think we can foster the children in a certain way. And I was worried. I really appreciate the research from neuropsychologists. I read something from Neubauer from Austria, and what he said was that about 80% of the structure of the working memory is inherited, but only 20% of the structure of the long-term memory. I translate this in, what's the name for a Schrank? Cupboard? Cupboard. In the picture of a cupboard. If you have a really big cupboard, that's your working memory. You have a lot of space to get information and to work with the information. But in your background, in the long-term memory, there's nothing inside. You can't do anything with this large working memory. But when you are learning, when you get information, when you store information, and when you make connections between your knowledge, you can use this huge working memory. And if there is a child has a normal working memory, which which learned a lot and which knows a lot of things, this combination leads in the end to that what we know since, I think, 50 years, that it is about 50% nature and 50% nurture. These are numbers which change. And again, please wait a moment. We, in our research group, we did some research with children with migration background. When we started to invite them in our program, they didn't solve the tests at a very high level. No one of them had an IQ more than 130. They were on an average level. But after we worked with them for more than 1.5 years, we repeated the tests. And the children were gifted after our training. I was very glad about this. And also their level of mathematical abilities were in the middle. And this brings me back to, we can struggle about it. We can about the view of experts and novices. It's what every teacher knows. The word they use is deliberate practice. Deliberate practice means practice with a child in a way that he really can make use of this kind of practice. I can translate this deliberate practice in this way. So if we find the point how we can work with the children, they will get better. This is the same for disabled children and for gifted children. That's the same for every child. We must find the point how to work with this child. We cannot do, okay, I will stop here.
I think we can go on forever, but I think I'm going to... Okay, so... no, because I'm going to say thank you first. Yeah. Yes, but they are waiting outside, so I will have time. Wait, sit down, please. First, I think we give them all a very, very big applause. And I guarantee you that you will catch your train. Yeah, Annika is standing outside with the engine running, you know. So, and I'm so very grateful that I have people that are thinking for me also. My teachers, will you please rise, stand up? You who are my teachers in my school development project or in my research circle, please. Yeah. So when I say my teachers, this is some of them. And I am very, very proud to be working with them. Without them, we wouldn't have been here today. That's a fact. So I will just, and so they helped me with thinking about this with flowers to you also. Yeah, hold this, Ralf. Så jag gör det här utan, no, I do it without. Okay. Attila? I take those who have to run first. Attila? Yes.
Nice meeting you. Nice meeting you. You're coming to check.
Yes.
Very nice meeting you.
You can springa. Yes. So they have to check the train. So big applaud for them. Roland, thank you so very much. I didn't know about that one. And thank you all for coming. It wouldn't have been able to do this without you either. So, and I said in the radio that I see this as a start of a tradition. So welcome next year again. Thank you, Ola and Tobias. Also, Pedagog Värmland, Karlstad Municipality. And Helena from RUK. I don't know if you are still here. Otherwise, thank you, Helena and Elisabeth from RUK.